Have I ever told you guys how much I fucking hate dealing with Linux? I fucking hate Linux. Just broken dependencies, guys. You find code that you have to deal with a couple years later. It is fucking terrible. Absolutely fucking terrible. I hate Linux. I really, really fucking hate Linux. There's like nothing you can do about it either. Because some people choose to use Linux, and especially developers, and they think it's the fucking coolest thing ever because you can tweak fucking everything. You can tweak goddamn everything in Linux. But how much of your life do you literally want to spend tweaking shit? Like, you know, you literally can spend an entire day fucking around trying to get with kernels and stuff. Pretty absurd. Absolutely insane. I spent the entire day today trying to get a fucking program to work, and still have not gotten it completely working. Because it was built a couple years ago, and the documentation that I found is from a couple years ago, and then their repository is broken, so you can't auto-install it anymore. So you have to manually install, which is like a process in and of itself. A huge, huge waste of time. I fucking hate Linux so much, guys. I really fucking hate Linux. I literally could write a book about why I fucking hate Linux. It is the most unfriendly OS in existence. And it's just fucking silly. Absolutely fucking silly. Like, they just try to make you spend as much time as humanly possible babysitting and pampering this fucking shitty OS. I fucking hate Linux so much, guys. Absolutely fucking terrible. And almost nothing you can do about it either. You just have to use the software that they're talking about, like Make too, on top of it, and then they'll talk about how good it was that they're using Linux. And at the end of the day, it's because they're on their own custom version of Linux that doesn't apply to everyone else. Because then when you try to have intercompatibility between OSs, then everything just fucking breaks because they don't do it. It's fucking terrible. And people go, oh, it's bad programmers or something. Yeah, well, fucking that's Linux in a nutshell. If you get Windows, almost everything fucking works. Yeah, it breaks, but it also works, and there's ways of just like bandaging and making it easily work instead of spending hours just like editing ini files and shit to try and or config files trying to change where it's the target and where it's going, because that obviously makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Because the directory structure changed slightly, or admin changed the command at some point in the future, or at some point, basically after the documentation was made, they've changed the command in the future because they thought it was a good idea, and then there's no legacy to actually make sure that it uses the same commands as it used to, as well as the new commands, right? They just fucking remove it, because why wouldn't they, right? So they have, like, each version is just like almost a completely different piece of software, and it just breaks intercompatibility. Fucking terrible, guys. Absolutely fucking terrible. I fucking hate Linux. I hate fucking Linux so goddamn much, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening, though. Every time I'm forced to use Linux, I fucking hate that shit. And you can get into these long fucking debates with people that love Linux too, and it's just a huge waste of time. And usually you're made to look like the bad guy because you're defending Windows, right? Because obviously you shouldn't defend Windows. That's a fucking huge waste of time. Like, if you value your time at all, you should definitely not use Linux. I fucking hate it, guys. Yeah, that's what I spent my night doing. It was pretty terrible, and still not finished with it. All because I need to type in one simple command, and it should just work, and it doesn't. I have the files, it should just work, doesn't, and now I have to spend hours debugging this command to try and figure out why it's not working properly. And then maybe fix it, because stuff has changed over the last 2 years. Ugh. Fucking terrible. Most user-unfriendly piece of shit OS in existence. Same with the software. Fucking terrible waste of time. Good. Well, as I mentioned, guys, it seems like the loot tables in World of Warcraft are broken right now. Not broken, rigged. So we might not spend an inordinate amount of time trying to get drops. If we don't get a new drop tonight, I think I'm done with WoW. That's just the way that the game's going right now, is it seems like it stops you from getting too much gear at once. Like the loot tables, like a casino, the loot tables are fucking rigged. And there's not necessarily anything against them doing that, by the way. Like, it is just like a gentleman's agreement that they aren't fucking doing stuff to manipulate your experience in the game so you enjoy it more or less, right? Yeah. You assume because you can now grind Mythic Plus that you will be able to get the drops, right? And you can't. And there's people talking about grinding instances for 20 times and they can't fucking get shit to drop and stuff. And I mean, that's obviously, that is, argument as old as time itself, right? But it definitely seems as though the game is trying. Like, I have blue gear. I've done like, I'm not just running one instance. I've done multiple different instances, guys, and I have gear that just won't drop for me. My belt, for instance, my ring. I've gotten this ring 4 times, by the way. I got a new version of that ring last night. The one I'm wearing right now. I got a 10 level upgrade for that ring. Can't get another trinket. I've only seen one trinket drop for me, which is this one out of all the mythics I've run. I can't get a weapon. I can't get wrists. And by the way, I'm not looking for any particular wrist or weapon. By the way, it would be nice if one dropped. I like the slicer, but not the slicer, the double cutter or whatever it's called. Strike twice. There he is. The strike twice. I like the strike twice, but you know, I haven't been specifically running that instance just for that weapon. And there's just stuff cape won't drop for me. There's just stuff that I won't get. And I'm not even, like, some of these are still, like, this is from a heroic, or from a, actually, this isn't even from a heroic. This is from, a rep reward, I believe. Yeah. Not all these are even Mythic Plus. Some of these are just normal Mythic. Mythic Plus is the item level on it. Some of these are just normal Mythic gear, too. Actually, I don't even know why. Like, this one doesn't have an item level on it, despite it being Mythic Plus. I know this is Mythic Plus because I got it last night. Fucking weird shit. I think Mythic Plus starts at 376. $372 is a normal Mythic. Those took me a while to get to. And, like, those aren't even the stuff I want. I want the crit mastery stuff, and it's not giving it to me. Hey, Casey. Like I said, if we don't get a piece of gear to replace one of our blues, we're done with WoW tonight. I'm pretty sure the loot tables are rigged. And it's not like, once again, it's not like I'm looking for any particular piece of gear. I'm just looking for a replacement for a blue. Like, I got this fucking ring. I've gotten this other ring 4 times. I can't fucking get this ring. I can't get a replacement ring for that. But I have been playing Overwatch, guys, off stream. I have actually been playing Overwatch. It's like almost every instance drops a finger, too, right? Haste versatility. One I keep getting. Ring. There's another ring. Another ring. Your auto attack damage by 112. That'd actually be pretty good for a fast attacking player, like especially a dual wielder. interesting. It's probably best for someone, a biz. Rogue or Death Knight or something. Look at all these rings, and we have gotten only one ring, and that's the one I keep getting that's replacing me. Like, rings are very, very general. They work for pretty much every class. So, yeah, and I want the Crit Mastery ones too, which are these. How many rings there are? You're not finishing the story? I did finish the story. There are some storyline stuff left here, right? If you look at my log. This is Replock's story. So what this is basically the only way you can do this is if you unlock it through reputation grind, which is what I'm not going to do because that takes a shitload of time. So they locked the additional story behind a rep grind. I'm basically done with the major story, which is the stuff they want you to finish, and now it's rep grind lock stuff. So yeah, but it basically feels as though they stop you from, well, if I want specific gear, they just don't drop it, right? They'll drop it for someone that doesn't need it. Not need it as in my group, but not need it as in like in a different instance. So you could actually, the loot tables, as far as I know, the loot tables like on Wowhead, which is a database website for World of Warcraft, are not split up based, the drop rates are not based on your class and spec. If they were, they'd get some additional information there that might be pertinent to what's going on here. It just displays a generic drop rate, which is only for the people that are running, I believe, the Wowhead client or the Wowhead data miner. So it's even smaller select group of individuals. You could probably figure it out if people wanted to. They could figure this shit out with enough stats, but there has to be someone willing to do it, and no one's doing it, or actually think it's a problem to do it. But there's enough people like talking about it, and it's always been a thing where people have complained about not getting their drop. They've run an instance for 5 million times or something, right? But I'm not looking for like one particular drop. I'm not looking for something that's just super fucking amazing. I'm looking for like, there's multiple pieces of gear that I'm missing, that I'm just looking for any replacement, and there's multiple replacements for it. Yeah, no. Yeah, the RNG claim, yeah. It's just RNG, bruh. Yeah, I've heard that since time began, right? It's just RNG, bruh. Casinos are just RNG too, bruh. Casinos are just RNG, bruh. I guarantee you. Just trust, bruh. Just trust. Casinos are RNG. Just trust. They aren't, by the way. They're literally, their machines are programmed to just pay out a certain amount of money. They're literally rigged, and they're regulated too. So the states, for instance, know that they're rigged. That's why they're required to list like odds on them, or the machines. They're required to give you the odds of the machine for like what the payout is, because they're rigged to not pay out more money than they're making, right? It'll stop paying out. That's by design. Which is why you'll see old people or old grandmas in a casino. Like if they see someone that's hammering the fuck out of a machine, like they'll go and take it over if no one's there, because they know if people put in a certain amount of time, it'll eventually pay out. And as such, that's why they're also really defensive when it comes to their own machines that they've been plugging all day, because they know it's ready for a payout. It's not even malicious, technically. It's not even technically malicious. It's just something, I don't know. It's like talking about not skill-based matchmaking. What do they call it? Where it dynamically changes, dynamic difficulty adjustment. There it is. It's where it will change your ability to kill someone in a video game, which is, it's not something that's unreal. EA has a patent for it, if you guys are curious about that. There is actually a patent for it. It's called dynamic difficulty adjustment. We've talked about it before, and it's one of the things I thought there might be aiming issues in Overwatch, and I still think that might be part of the problem. It's easy to believe in something like that if you kind of like the kind of issues that Overwatch has is definitely something where it starts to feel like it might be rigged. And what dynamic difficulty adjustment, for instance, will do, it's like turning aim assist on or off for the player. If you're having a bad day or something and they want to make you a little bit better, they'll turn on aim assist for you, right? They'll help you get to where you want to aim as fast as possible. Yeah, and of course it can go the opposite too. Aim assist could be repulsion too. Like it could push your aim away from wherever you're aiming, right? So it'll be something like a dead spot where you're trying to aim over the top of it and it'll push it either direction. If you go to the right of it, it'll start pushing it away that way. If you go left, it'll start pushing it that way or up and down. It'd be very easy to make a opposite aim assist, if you will, right? Yeah. And the reason for that is so it allows players, for instance, that might be having a bad day to have a better day by making it so you don't just fucking steamroll them constantly. Call of Duty people have hypothesized about that being in Call of Duty for a long time at this point. Basically since back when I played Modern Warfare, that was a consideration. It wasn't really for Overwatch, though. But times have changed. And as such, it's leaning more towards how can we keep people playing our games for as long as humanly possible, right? Yeah. And I'm sure it has nothing to do with cheating. We basically have gone to the point of cheating. If you base it on an average, let's say you have an average where you're going up constantly, right? What matters is how not how fast you're going up the scale, but rather the fact that you still go up the scale. You can, with stats, you can weigh people relative to each other while still manipulating their stats. Like, you give them some good games, you give them some bad games, and then the matchmaker could change who they're being put against and who they're with. At the top of the pyramid, it does make you wonder, like, at the top of the pyramid, and it might just be something for quick play, for instance, compared to comp. But you could also do it for competitive, too, where you could start moving players further up the ladder if they're doing really well, even if you're manipulating their score and making them do worse, right? Relatively, you'd have, like, a true MMR, and then you'd also have like a rigged MMR rating, right? And you could change your rigged MMR up and down, but you still have a true MMR. So it'd be manipulating the true MMR, but then you'd also, or the rigged MMR, but then you'd also have a rating for the player. So you could keep moving them up the scale. And with the 7 win rating, by the way, with the, not the 7 win rating, in Overwatch you need to have 7 wins in order to see your competitive score change. And people have, it's not even based on wins anymore. People have gone down while winning 7 games in a row. And they've gone up while losing games. And it's almost nothing to do with your win rate anymore. Well, relatively nothing to do with your win rate anymore. So, there's a weighted system in the background too for the competitive ladder, but since they're manipulating it, it's making it change a lot more too. It's easier for them to manipulate it because it's not giving you verbose feedback on what you're doing in matches, so you can't actually figure out what they're doing with the weighting with the MMR system. You can't completely figure it out because they don't give you immediate feedback, so you can't compare it to the game you just had. It would take you an inordinate amount of time to figure stuff out if you could. That's one of the reasons they gave you, in order for you to see your MMR, you have to get 7 wins or 20 losses in a row. 7 wins or 20 losses. Yeah, it's convoluted as fuck. You wouldn't think anything like that would be in Overwatch, right? But return to Overwatch 5 years later, and here we are. So, why does it stop you from turning? But yeah, it's not even malicious, it's just another way, it's a carrot on the stick, it's another way of manipulating the carrot on the stick. They never used to allow you to just keep doing mythics over and over. You couldn't spam mythics before. You had, there were weekly lockouts for them. Now you can spam mythics, but it makes sense if they're allowing you to spam mythics, they're going to stop you from getting gear, right? That's what it turns into at the end of the day. The idea is to keep you playing as long as humanly possible, and one of the reasons they don't let you just spam stuff is because they know you'll just gear up and quit. Which is basically what I'm trying to do right now, right? So there's definitely incentive there for Blizzard to keep that carrot as far as possible from you. Like, just dangle it in front of you as much as possible. I don't even want to upgrade any of the pieces of gear I have, dude. I'm at Valor Cap, and I don't even want to upgrade this shit. Where's the upgrade guy? Like, none of this is stuff I want to upgrade. It all has stats on it I don't want. I want crit and mastery. None of this stuff... Oh! I just got this, guys. Oh my god. That's actually what I want. 6, 7. I got this last night. 8. Thousand during Dragonflight Season 1. This is overall rating, so we have to upgrade my shitty mythics to get this. Yeah, I'm doing Mythic Plus. I started at Mythic Plus a couple days ago. Like, none of this other stuff I wanted. We just got this last night. Worth it. It's 1250 for an extra 106 stamina. Let's just look at a generic piece. It says, look how much extra stats it's doing here. Like, it's not worth doing the ring. So I do have a ring with the stats on it, but it is a poor trade. Like, look at the stat upgrades here. What is it? 24 for mastery, 15 for haste. This is 1425. About the best we're gonna get. 1524. Actually, it is a lot more stats. They're split differently. I don't get my primary stat, though, which is something you really want. I can't get that because I don't have the rating. I just, basically, last night I pissed away a bunch of, last couple days I've been pissing away Valor because I'm at cap. You get a little bit extra Valor with each dungeon, like 60 or 70 or something. So potentially you could get 700 if you do 10 dungeons, which isn't uncalled up for. I do like maybe 6 a night. Yes, maybe. What was it? 8. What can we do? 7? 7. Yeah. But yeah, doing Mythic Plus, and as I mentioned before, I literally have, what's my lowest piece of gear? 333. I still have a blue ring from doing, this is even from heroics. This is even from dungeons. This is from questing. I still have a quest ring on, guys. Because I can't get an upgrade. I potentially could get a weapon crafted at this point, too. Because I have enough, what is it? Primal Chaos. We could get a weapon crafted. I want a particular weapon. There's one that I actually want. So, like from a dungeon. But I might not even get it, so why would I wait for it, right? Obsidian Slicer? No. Was it as a slicer? Could have got this a while ago. Grant your crafted equipment a completely imperceivable but totally real improvement. So my guess is that's play on the Emperor's New Cloak or whatever it was. The one where the merchant convinces the Emperor that he has the finest cloak in the land while being naked. Concentrated primal infusion. Heh. I don't actually know where you get those from. It might be supplied by the crafter. A lot of these seem kind of pointless to get, though, because you can get a lot of these just through basically everything. You can get through dungeons. Sometimes they have a weird stat on them. They drop in Mythic Plus. I got Training Matrix. I don't know what those are used for. 72 to 382. Like, it honestly, like, crafting feels so pointless. It feels like just a slightly different way to get stuff you can get in Mythics. But once again, if they're keeping you from getting gear in Mythics, this actually seems like an upgrade path, right? And where before, like, you had lockouts, now it just seems like they aren't being upfront about the drop rates anymore. Some of these have little extra things on them, though. Enemies who damage you will sometimes take 7,000 damage. Hey, zombie. Trading Matrix makes blues craft purple. I see. Nothing. Versatility. Versatility is a stat that's dependent on which class you are. Your spells and abilities have a chance of inflicting lingering frostbark, dealing 6,000 damage over 10 seconds. Enemies that die while under this effect will explode, leaving a cold sleep for 8 seconds. That's not sleet, by the way. Sleet is in the air. Damaging new enemy grants you 165 haste. What is his legs? 5 stacks. Like, there's some of these have unique effects on them. What are my current legs? 372s. .46 versatility for every ally in the 30-yard radius, taken up to 4 times. It's all versatility, except for a couple pieces. Well, I don't need it. I can do heroics or mythics, so like, if I couldn't do mythics, sure, but crafting just seems like an alternative for mythics, except for those weird pieces of gear that have like an additional stat on it. Most of your gear now is just fucking, it's all the same. It's just item levels, basically, is what it comes down to. It's all item levels. Exception to your trinket, and it's just your trinkets. I didn't even bother getting a gem for the ring I had. Because I ended up replacing it. Yeah. Blizzard basically made the game so accessible that they priced their professions out. They just appreciated the professions, and now kind of professions are back a little bit. Like there's their professions are back because there's little doodads and knickknacks you can craft with to change the way that you do them, but at the end of the day, you're still crafting just basically alternatives to mythic gear. Still a bad item slot for like 1k gold. Like a ring. But then you just do a dungeon and you get a ring. Then you just get a ring. It's almost like it's not even worth doing in the first place. But of course, if the drop tables are rigged, which is what it seems, then it seems like it might be worth it, right? Like, you replace the gear so fast, it doesn't seem really like you should do it at all. That. Can you do that in greens? Turn into a 333 to 343. Or 372 to 382. Does this bind to account? No. It'd make more sense to just bind to account because it'd be a way of gearing up an alt. I mean like that to replace my 333 ring. See how the track recipe works. You'll use it for some time. Well, not really. It just depends on how soon it takes. It's not like I have to level up to replace it. I'm at the level where I'll get a replacement if I just... That's a 372? If I get a drop from any of the keys I'm doing for a ring, it'll be replaced. Because I'm doing mythics that are higher than 372 already. Where's the track thing? I was hoping there's a way where you could just see the materials. Am I not reading that right? Track thing I just did then. I thought it would show you the materials at the auction house. Yeah, it's a problem with you're trying to make a use for a system that doesn't have a use. Well, it tells you the level on the, like... I don't even know why I clicked the track thing. What? Yo, track recipe. It tells you the level on it. It's gonna be 372 to 382. And it'll be 382 is basically what I'm doing right now, so it'll get replaced. And 372 is basic, like level 2 mythics. Doesn't say like higher than that. 382. Are these 382? They are 382. And then you can put the infusions on these, which is 395, 405, 408 to 418. Like, it honestly seems like this system is just an alternative to Mythics, but why would you do that when you can just do Mythics? Kind of what it comes down to. I'm not saying, like, level 15 Mythics or something either. Like, we're doing, what, 7s right now? And those would be... Sias did. 8? I believe this was higher than that. This might have been an 8 or 9 that we went over. Just barely went over, too. I died on the boss, and I still remember that. And then I got these I have to clean up at the bottom here. Honestly, like, it's one of these things where I should just probably just pop the piece of gear from the dungeon, or the vault right now. This. I'll do that at the end of the night. If you got enough time, you could just do +1 and upgrade with the currency each time, each week. What does that mean? Oh, before we get too much in the World of Warcraft, guys, let's take a look at the tubes, do the nightly podcast here. We have a Project Farm we have to watch, guys. Of course we do. Surprisingly few benchmarks after the 7000 series released last week. They just went into with John Oliver. Is it not a super left-leaning political agenda, John Oliver? After the 7000 series videos last week, which I don't quite agree with, they kind of went into media silence here. I haven't seen any new videos from either Hardware Unboxed or Gamers Nexus. Oh, yeah, sure. Valor? Sure. You get extra, from what I've seen, at the end of the dungeon, you get Valor. I've been pissing it away because I didn't upgrade anything, because there's nothing I wanted to upgrade. At the end of each week, or at the end of each instance, you get like 70 Valor, so I guess you could potentially spam Mythics. I don't know if I'm doing that right, and then they're still limited by the rating. Oh, is this a podcast again? Yeah, it is. He's just milking the shit out of those podcasts now. Oh, he's doing a rehash of the jump starters, guys. But yeah, sure. We're talking about that because I do like 6 instances per night, and it's giving me 60 or so, 70 Valor points. In a couple days, you have 1,500 again. Guys? John Oliver actually having a skit that is related to everyone.
A jump starter can keep you from becoming stranded. So the question is,
it's true.
Do you need to spend $340, or is this $70 unit good enough? Well, let's find out. In the first test, we'll see if jump starters can jumpstart a small block V8. And then we'll compare performance on a 7.4-liter V8. Then we'll see if any of the jump starters can start this diesel engine without any help from the truck's batteries. At a price of only $70, the least expensive brand we'll be testing is made by Burpum.
Very important if you live up in the north.
Peak amps, even at negative 20
you don't want to get
Celsius.
stranded?
They claim it can start a 10-liter gasoline engine or an 8-liter diesel. The battery pack is rated for 23,800 milliamp hours. Includes a bright LED flashlight, 2 USB outports, and
test fucking everything, guys. Love Project Farm.
Is made in China, and the Burpum
not
weighs
ways
605
you think.
grams. In the first test, let's see if the Burpum can start a 5.3-liter V8 with a completely dead battery. I disabled a fuel pump on the vehicle so we can see how quickly and easily it spins over the engine. And the Burpum is fully charged. And a Burpa makes more than enough power to spin over the small block 8-cylinder pretty fast for about 10 seconds. So more than enough cranking amps to start the engine. Also, the price is $70.
He has to have like a shitload of bad vehicles he just like fucks around with.
2,500 amps and 21,000 milliamp hours.
Probably not going to do that to your mom's van.
6.5 diesel, USB in and out, and a DC output. 2 USB outlets and an LED light. The Fox Speed is made in China, and the Fox Speed weighs 608 grams. And the Fox Speed is at 100% charge.
Ooh. That juice?
And the Fox Speed seems to be spinning the engine over a little bit faster than the Burpum. Plenty of juice to last 10 seconds and more than enough power.
By the way, something it looks like he's not actually taking into account here. Depending on how good the contact is with these terminals will determine basically how good this is going to be. It doesn't matter. Like at the end of the day, it's only going to be so good if your contact. If you ever try to jumpstart a car and your clamps aren't on just right, like it'll either lead to poor voltage or poor turnover on the car, or it won't even turn over at all because it'll just like trickle in unless you make really good contact.
And the Fox Speed is down to 93% charge. At a price of $90 is this Povesi brand. It claims to deliver 3,000 peak amps capable of starting all gasoline and up to an 8-liter diesel engine. It can be used in extremely cold temperatures down to minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit. The battery capacity is 23,800 milliamp hours. DC out, 2 USBs, and a USB-C outlet. The Povesi is made in China. And the Povesi is the lightest yet at only 542 grams. And the Povesi seems to be spinning the engine over even faster than the Fox Speed. And there's plenty of cranking amps to start the engine. I'll be testing 2 different jump starters made by
have to leave a comment about the terminals.
It claims to make up to 4,120 peak amps. Starts all gasoline engines and up to a 10-liter diesel. The battery capacity is 24,000 milliamp hours. LED light, USB-C, and 2 USBs. The DC out makes up to 10 amps. The Jesper is made in China. And the Jesper is the heaviest yet at 820 grams. What I really like about the Jesper is that it has a boost button, so you can choose when to activate the unit. And the Jesper claims to make 4,120 peak amps, and it definitely is doing the best so far. There's plenty of cranking amps, even for a vehicle that might take a while to fire up. At a price of $170 is this Locathor brand. Instead of a storage case, a Locathor just comes in the box. USB, DC, and a USB-C.
Nice box, though.
It claims that the starting current is 1,500 amps and the peak current is 2,500. In addition to being a jump starter, it's a 20,000 milliamp hour power bank as well as a 60-watt 2-way fast charge. It claims it can start an 8.5-liter gasoline engine as well as a 6.5-liter diesel. The Locathor is made in China, and the Locathor weighs 1,072 grams.
Hey, Sanjo. Getting kind of sadistic there.
I don't think you deserve to watch Project Farm with me.
But it actually seems to be doing just as good as the Jesper. Also, the price of $170 is this AvaPow 6,000 amp car jump starter.
Yeah, maybe you should go watch Project Farm alone. Maybe you should go watch Project Farm alone. Who actually cares about your car in the winter? I care about your car in the winter. How many other streamers care about your car in the winter? Exactly, Sanjo. Yeah. You don't even know how much of a treasure I am.
Ultra bright LED light. The ports include a Type-C, 2 USBs, and a DC output. The AvaPow is made in China. 1,240 grams for the AvaPow. The battery is still completely drained, and AvaPow's jump starter mode won't activate on a completely drained battery, and there's no boost button or way to override it. So I'll use a battery charger to trick the AvaPow into activating the jump starter mode. Unfortunately, the AvaPow only lasted 2.5 seconds before powering down and sounding off the alarm. At a price of $180 is this AutoGen brand. It claims to offer 4,500 peak amps. It claims to offer 32,000 milliamp hour capacity. There's a port for charging the unit and 2 USB outs. Includes a 12-volt 10 amp output. Operating temperature down to minus 4 degrees Fahrenheit. The AutoGen is made in China. The AutoGen weighs 899 grams. Just like the Jesper, the AutoGen also has a boost button that has to be used to activate the jump starter when the battery's completely drained. And the AutoGen is spinning over very quickly and has more than enough cranking amps to start an engine.
Who's in the car?
$200 is this Jesper brand model Armor Pro 2. It claims to have by
I watched some people play it on and off and on. It's another take on basically EFT.
For use are on the side of the unit. It can be charged from 0 to 100% in only 3 hours. Works in temperatures down to minus 4 degrees Fahrenheit. The box is meant to be used as a storage case. That. The Jesper is made in China. And the
he did the first time, though. I'm sure he's going to try freezer testing.
The Jesper Armor Pro 2 is at 100%. Plenty of cranking amps to start the engine. Also the price of $200 is this Gulu GT4000S. Starting current is 800 amps and peak current is 4,000. It claims it has a 26,800 milliamp hour battery, up to 100 watt charging speed. Includes a DC out, 2 USB outs, and a USB-C. It claims it can be fully charged in only 1.2 hours. Instructions for use are available on the side of the jump starter. The Gulu
is he no longer timing it? It looked like he was running for 10 seconds per.
And the Gulu also has a boost button, but it's working properly. And the Gulu delivers more than enough cranking amps to start a small block V8. And the most expensive jump starter we'll be testing at a price of $339 is this Noco Boost X GBX.
But yeah, I've looked at it. It doesn't really look all that interesting in my opinion. It's just something different. The kids like new games that when they come out, just because they're new and people aren't really good at them, there's no established meta, and they'll usually quit. Like you'll see like the, I don't know what to call them, like the Forerunner streamers that hop on stuff before anyone else does it. And they just hop on a new game immediately when it comes out. And then they'll usually quit when it becomes popular again or when it becomes mainstream. When enough people start playing it, then they'll just hop into something else, or when another new game comes out to replace it. Lyric, I believe. I don't know what Lyric's streaming right now, but he's probably playing that right now.
In Vietnam. And the Noco's the heaviest yet at 2,545 grams. Since the battery's completely dead, I'll have to override the unit using the boost button and then connect the unit to the battery. And the Noco seems to be doing by far the best so far. So all the jump starters have enough cranking amps to start the small block engine. Before we compare performance on a much larger gasoline and diesel, let's
he's talking with hands now.
Starters. Let's bench test the jump starters next using this carbon pile tester. The clamp meter and the dial on the left will keep track of the amps, and the voltmeter is on the right. Insert the plug of the smart clip completely into the jump starter. Connect the red clamp to the positive and the black to the negative. Start the vehicle. And the Burpum is rated for 3,000 peak amps. And the Burpum ran out of steam at 517 amps at 6 volts. So amps times volts equals watts, and the Burpum makes just over 3,100 watts. And the Fox Speed didn't perform quite as well at 439 amps of current at 6.2 volts. So 2,722 watts is almost 400 watts less than the Burpum. And the Povesi is heavier than the first two brands and is more powerful at 558 amps at 6 volts. So 3,348 watts is about 150 watts better than the Burpum. And the Jesper did even better than the Povesi at 515 amps at 6.8 volts. So 3,502 watts is enough to take the lead from the Povesi. And the Locathor made 773 amps at 7.2 volts. So the Locathor has done the best so far at 5,566 watts. And AvaPow claims to make 6,000 peak amps but came up way short at only 649 amps at 7.4 volts. So 4,803 watts is good enough to move into second place. So the Autogen isn't quite as powerful as the Locathor and the AvaPaw at 691 amps at 6.4 volts. So 4,422 watts is good enough to move into third place. And the Jesper is rated at 3,000 peak amps and ran out of steam at 510 amps at 5.8 volts. So that's 2,958 watts, which is pretty low compared to most of the other brands. And the Gulu performed about the same as the Autogen at 678 amps at 6.6 volts. So 4,475 watts is good enough to take third place from the Autogen. And the Noco is rated for 4,250 peak amps, and it's done by far the best yet at 890.
This doesn't really seem like this is testing exactly what he's looking for. My guess is this is going to just test overcurrent protection, where he turns enough, basically turns the load up enough, and then it trips the pack. You'd have to look for like sustained load, like what it can sustain for like, let's say 10 seconds before derping out, right? But basically all he's doing is just seeing where the pack's cut out for load testing, I guess, and that wouldn't necessarily tell you what it can actually sustain, like if you're actually starting the car, right? So whether or not that's actually a good measurement or not, this kind of, I don't know, kind of remains up in the air.
At 7.5 volts. So 6,720 watts is about 1,200 watts better than the second place finisher. Very impressive. So the Noco came out on top at 6,720 watts. The Locathor finished in second at 5,566 watts, AvaPow 4,803, Gulu 4,475, and Autogen 4,422 watts. If the weight of the jump starter is a factor in your purchasing decision, the Povesi is the lightest at 542 grams. The Burpum weighs 605 grams, Fox Speed 608, and Jesper 820 grams. Cousin Eddie needs help getting the Farmabago started and has a 454 V8. He says he's starting his own battery factory and he's confident that the battery is not the problem. Cousin Eddie is definitely messing with us. This isn't a battery, it's a block of wood with a couple of wooden posts. No surprise, 0 volts from a block of wood. Let's see if the Burpum can start the big block 454 with just the jump starter as a power source. And the Burpum didn't have any luck on the first 2 attempts. And the Burpum had 3 attempts and it struck out. And the Fox Speed claims to make 2,500 peak amps. Fortunately, the Fox Speed delivered just enough cranking amps to get the Farmabago going. And Apovasi did better than the Fox speed on the bench test at over 3,000
not the battery, guys.
watts. And Apovasi made very easy work of getting the Farmabago started on the first attempt. And Apovasi also did well on 2 more attempts. So the Apovasi seems to offer plenty of cranking amps for most gasoline-powered engines. The Jesper should do well since it made over 3,500 watts on the bench test. And the Jesper made very easy work of jump-starting the Farmabago on all 3 back-to-back attempts. Not bad for a $90 jump starter. And the Locathor performed extremely well in the bench test at over 5,500 watts, and it made very easy work of the Farmabago. Easy work on all 3 attempts. I think the Locathor is ready for an even bigger challenge than the 454. And I'm not having any luck with the AvaPow activating using the boost button, so I'm going to have to use another jump starter to activate the unit. With a little help, the AvaPow made very easy work of starting the Farmabago. And the Autogen performed very well in the bench test at over 4,400 watts. And the Autogen made very easy work of firing up the Farmabago on all 3 attempts. And the Jesper made very easy work of jump-starting the Farmabago on the first attempt. Unfortunately, it's one and done for the Jesper. And the Gulu performed well in the bench test at almost 4,500 watts. And the Gulu delivered more than enough cranking amps to start the Farmabago 3 times back-to-back. And the Noco delivers more than twice as many cranking amps compared to some of the other brands. And the Noco is definitely ready for a lot more of a challenge than the Farmabago. Unfortunately, the Burpin wasn't able to start the Farmabago, and the AvaPow wouldn't activate without some help. Almost all the jump starters claim that they're able to start at least a 6.5-liter diesel. So most of the jump starters should make very easy work of the 5.9-liter Cummins. Cousin Eddie installed 2 of his special batteries, so the jump starters aren't going to be getting any help. As expected, the batteries are completely dead, and the Burpin couldn't start the Farmabago, so let's see how this works out. Unfortunately, not so much as a burp or a click from the Burpum, and the diesel needs way too much juice for the Fox speed. Unfortunately, no luck on the second attempt, and Apovasi made plenty of cranking amps for the Farmabago. And Apovasi is in way over its head trying to start a diesel. And the Jesper made very easy work of the Farmabago with the 454, and it makes around 4,500 watts on the test stand. Other than the clicking sound, not much action from the Jesper on 2 different attempts. And the Locathor finished in second place on the bench test at over 5,500 watts, and it delivers more than enough cranking amps to start the diesel without any help.
Whoa.
And it's 2 in a row for the Locathor. Very impressive. Unfortunately, with a completely dead battery, the AvaPow just won't power up. I had to use a much smaller jump starter to activate the AvaPow. Definitely not a fair test, but the AvaPow is able to start the truck with some help. And the
How often are you going to have 2 jump starters to get another jump starter started? Yeah. But that being said, it might depend if there's a battery in there with some residual charge, which is usually the case if you can't turn over your engine. Oh, geez. If you can't turn over your engine, usually your battery still has some voltage. It's not completely dead. So it'll have some residual charge in it. But that's not always the case, I guess. But most of the time there is a battery in there, and how much of a battery it actually needs in order to get it started remains to be questioned, right? Remains to be seen. So, yeah, poses a question. So even though you can start with the jump starter pack, it might not even start normally, which is not a position you want to be. If you're using this to save yourself, right? You don't want to be in a position where it just doesn't work.
Over 4,400 watts on the tester. Unfortunately, the Autogen just doesn't deliver enough cranking amps to start the diesel. And the Jesper only produced about 3,000 watts on the tester. And the Jesper doesn't make nearly enough cranking amps to start the diesel. And the Gulu performs very close to the same on the tester as the Autogen at around 4,500 watts. And the Gulu also performed about the same on this test and wasn't able to start the engine. And the Noco is by far the most powerful jump starter in the lineup at over 6,700 watts.
Surprise, what they say on the package isn't always what happens.
Very easy work of the Cummins and all 3 back-to-back starts. No
Who's starting it?
On getting the engine going. Very impressive. So the Locathor and the Noco
Who's
are
testing
the
it,
only
guys?
2 jump starters that have enough cranking amps on a completely dead battery. The AvaPow did get the job done, but it had to be activated by another jump starter. I placed the jump starters in a freezer that's very close to 0 degrees Fahrenheit for 12 hours. Most of the jump starters claim that they work at temperatures down to -4 degrees Fahrenheit. With the jump starters at 0 degrees Fahrenheit, none of them were able to jump start the Farmabago. I allowed the jump starters to warm up for about 30 minutes and they're still very cold. So let's test them out again on the 5.3-liter V8. And a Burpum started the engine, but I went ahead and disabled the fuel system to get a better performance assessment of the jump starters. And the Fox speed performed well and lasted long enough to start the engine. And the Apovasi seems to be spinning over the engine a little faster than the Fox speed. And the Jesper is spinning over the engine a lot faster than the Apovasi. Unfortunately, the Locathor only lasted 1.5 seconds before powering down from being too cold. And the AvaPow only lasted 1.3 seconds before powering down. And the Autogen performed very well without any issues. And the Jesper Armor Pro 2 performed good enough, but it didn't spin the engine over nearly as fast as the less expensive Jesper. And the Gulu performed very well and has more than enough cold cranking amps. And the Noco definitely seems to be spinning over the engine the fastest of all the brands. Let's test the power bank capacity using a 7 amp load. And the Burpum claims 23,800 milliamp hours, which is around 88.1 watt hours, but it came up 47% short at only 46.1 watt hours. And the Foxpeed claims to make 77.7 watts, and it came up 42% short of its rating at 44.9 watt hours. And the Povesi is supposed to make 88 watt hours, but it really struggled on this test at 44.1 watt hours, which is about half the advertised capacity.
Surprise. Surprise, half the number of batteries in it.
Capacity, and it only came up 20% short at 71 watt
Yeah,
hours.
we'd like to have this many batteries in it, but it's expensive. Let's just put less batteries in it.
23% less than advertised. And the Ava Pow did a little bit better than the Loco
Literally,
at
like
63
cells in
watt
it.
hours, or about 47% less than advertised. And the Autogen performed about the same as the Jesper at 70.7. And the Jesper Armor Pro 2 claims to have a capacity of 299.5 watt hours, and it came up 26% short at 220.5. And the Gulu is supposed to have a 99.1 watt hour capacity, but it came up 30% short at 69.2. And the Noco delivered 78.4 watt hours, which is good enough to finish in second place behind the Jesper Armor Pro 2. If you're looking for a power bank with the most capacity, the Jesper Armor Pro 2 came out on top at 220.5 watt hours. The Noco finished in second at 78.4, Jesper 71, Autogen 70.7, and Gulu 69.2. If you're planning to use the Jump Starter as a power bank, the number and type of ports is a factor to consider. Type-C input and output capability is standard on most of the units. Most of the units also have 2 USB outputs. Only 4 of the units can be recharged quickly with fast charge capability. So which jump starter is best? The jump starters are organized from least expensive to most expensive. In my opinion, the $90 Jesper is the best value. It easily started the big block V8, has plenty of battery capacity at 71 amp hours, and it made it to 3,500 watts on the bench test. If you're willing to spend more, I really like the Gulu. It makes almost 4,500 watts on the tester, has a power bank capacity of 69 amp hours, and has fast recharging capability. If it's all about jump starter performance, the Noco is by far the best, but it's also very expensive at $339. Other than the Noco, the Locathor is the only other jump starter that had enough cranking amps to start the diesel unassisted. The biggest drawbacks include the 57.2 watt-hour capacity and the lack of a second USB port and a DC output. Being able to start a diesel engine unassisted is very impressive, but the Noco is very expensive. When I purchased the jump starters, I noticed that some brands offered pretty good discounts, which is another factor to consider. All the videos in this channel, including this one, are viewer suggested. So if
Lovely
you have a
video.
idea, I hope you take time to leave a comment. Thanks so much for watching.
Very important, so you don't get stranded in the winter, guys. I assume most people don't enjoy being stranded. I bought the audio based on your first jumper review. Seriously awesome jumper. I have a feeling most of these new units are clones based on the packaging, the jumper cables, and the carrying case, especially the one with the boost button, just like the audio has. Yep. It's almost like they rebrand when they get bad ratings. Because you can. You could just do the Chinese thing, guys, and just rebrand when you get a bad name for yourself. And just sell the same thing with a different name. Because changing your name is easier than changing what you're making. That's funny. That's fucking funny. That's why you look at reviews, guys. Good. Good. Let's do an upload here, guys, and get on to the Reddits. Play World of Warcraft, Dragonflight. Wow. I was going to leave a comment about having the terminals on properly. I don't know how much it mattered when he actually did the real tests. I think those were just more of a cursory look at it. Cursory glance. Yeah.
Done. God, we have 1 view on some videos, guys. That's amazing. I had 7 views on the Overwatch analysis. Good. Reddits, guys. How should Reiner be buffed for him to come back into relevance? He should have a larger shield. Or it should spread over time. Every update, give him another fire strike until he's viable. Make his shield increase in size the longer it's deployed. Obviously, there could be limitations to it. Done. In before someone copies my idea. AMD Reddits. The new 7000 non-X series pricing and specifications have been confirmed. Yeah, what we're waiting for, guys, is X3D, the V-Cache models. Num 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 num. Good V-Cache. VRAM issues lead to huge performance loss. Not really interested in watching J2 Sense. He's kind of like a pseudo text tuber, kind of like Linus, not who I'd watch for reviews. VRAM issues. They're talking about overclocking, not particularly related to stock, apparently. Misleading headline, guys. Okay. DVD Reddits. That's illegal. Only 1 Legion member going each for every match. Why the fuck is there chat censorship in a rated 18 game? Because they want to make sure it doesn't turn into a complete cesspool. Only a little bit of a cesspool. Good point, though. Why is there censorship in general? Good point. Censorship is bad. Okay. DVD Reddit's done. Upload's done. Oh, by the way, I was watching True Talent this morning. Occasionally I turn him on still. I was watching True Talent this morning, and he's basically parodying stuff that I said over the last 2 years. It's like he's found my videos or something. Let's see. True Talent. Twitch. I have a nice timestamp here, guys. Let's take a look. Where is it? Oh. 205. where he starts talking about tactics and strategy mattering, which he never used to do, by the way. Only he calls them tactics. Just tactics most of the time. He doesn't talk about the strategy part. Another Winter guy. He's not as bad as Winter, but yeah.
Smart idea. It's all through though. And one kind of difference with DBD though is even weak links can be very, very strong at gens, because gens are so simple to do.
Remember what I talked about carries, guys? The carries and the loopers? And where you go for the carry because all they'll do is gen nanny, so we have to look for a gen nanny? Yeah, he calls them something a little bit different. Same thing where he's talking about, all of a sudden, he's played this game for 6 years, guys. All of a sudden, he has discovered that everyone can do gens just as well as everyone else because all you do is hold mouse 1. Yeah, it's kind of a revelation that just popped up here.
So it creates kind of a new dynamic, I guess, that. Like,
it's not a new dynamic. It's a dynamic that's been in the game for 6 years that he just never apparently realized.
Even if they
and also he apparently he doesn't think tactics and strategy are skillful. He just thinks, tell that to a strategist or a tactician, right? Tell that to a strategist or tactician that they aren't skillful or talented, right? But apparently it's not the same thing as a loop chase, so it doesn't count, and anyone can do it no matter what, and that's not true at all.
Adding chase, because gens are so simple to do, they can pressure gens just as good as someone who's like the best at Survivor, right?
I came.
So it's always a small
something I talked about for the 2 years I fucking played Dead by Daylight.
Them out if you can find a weak link, because they can always do gens. Like, let's say their chase is like a 1
I like
out of
this
10,
guy
right?
so much, yeah.
Their gen will be 10 out of 10. Their gen efficiency, them on gens will be 10 out of 10.
Yeah?
So it seems better
to
target their weak aspect of the game. Not
tactics and strategy.
Said the thing.
I see. Too bad I never had more than like fucking 40 people watching me while I played Dead by Daylight. Too fucking bad. Literally always ahead of the curve, guys. That is almost verbatim what I've talked about for the last 2 years. And the same thing with tactics and strategy. Almost verbatim explanation. Only 2 things here. He doesn't describe it in exactly the same way or understand it in exactly the same way. And at the same time, he doesn't reference fucking me. But remember when he started talking about tactics and strategy? I mentioned this. Literally, it was in August, I think it was. End of August, beginning of September. I believe is when he started finally talking about tactics and strategy. And how it was a good idea to do it. Which is obviously hook camping, right? Hook camping is a good thing. Yeah. It's like that's when, by the way, when I started uploading to YouTube, if you guys are curious about that, that was the beginning of when I uploaded to YouTube, is kind of when this shift happened. Yeah. Winter, on the other hand, was last January. It was in January or February where he went from being a shitter to actually doing somewhat decent at the game because basically he watched my streams. Yeah, surprise! But I think our friend here happened to find my Dead by Daylight YouTube videos, which I spammed basically the YouTube directory for like a month while I was uploading every day, like all my old content that was saved to Twitch. I was constantly uploading it daily. It was like 10 videos, like 20 videos per day, because I had like fucking 300 or 400 videos saved up, which are all on YouTube, by the way, now. 300 or 400 highlights, not just daily streams, but highlights of Dead by Daylight, so notable games. Yeah. 2 years of Dead by Daylight, guys. And look, surprise, things have changed here in all of, a couple months, and then it's like he like gets another idea from my video, and then it just pops up in his video. But this is a guy, by the way, that's really big in the Dead by Daylight community. He's one of the biggest streamers there. With that being said, I like bringing this up. I have to make a text file of a timestamp there. But yeah, it's always pretty notable bringing that up when people do exactly that. And I mentioned before, I should have made a burn piece about call me sensei. No, not going to call me sensei, not going to reference me, not going to even give me the light of day, just going to completely change their playstyle despite the fact that they've been playing the game for fucking 4 or 5 years. Winter's been playing for like 4 years too. Yeah, True has been playing since beta and talks about how tries to portray himself as being insanely smart all the time. But yeah, he thought Ruin and Undying were still viable like last year after they nerfed them. He thought they were still good and they weren't. And then they nerfed them again. Obviously, they're completely dead now. But he didn't keep track of how fast they blow up. It was like 30 seconds in the game, and they blew up. That's why you couldn't use them. and for some strange reason, he still thought they're viable. Like uptime is important in an MMO and MOBA, in FPSs, in military and tactics.
uptime is very important, right? Because the overhead associated with that is what eats away at your bottom line. In the case of it's not even like overhead. It's just gone. You have 30 seconds of uptime in your match with Rune Undying, and what does that get you? Like a match lasts 10 minutes. It's like an eighth of the match or something like that. It depends on how long the match lasts, though. 8 to 10 minutes is usually the baseline for matches. Fucking silly. Yeah. Crazy stuff, guys. I feel the need to point that out, though. After all this time, I really need to point that out. It makes me feel better about basically streaming Dead by Daylight for 2 years, and except for getting the occasional hater in my channel, didn't really do anything for my channel. I'm going to go wash my coffee cup up, guys, and grab a soda. Be right back. Oh, and a water. Twitch in general, guys, is so incredibly hard to grow on now. To get like new people to click on your channel when you're too far down in the directory. It's pretty insane. I think that, like, if I wanted to grow on Twitch, either I'd have to switch platforms to something smaller, or just maybe play indie games that have no one streaming them. Or something like GTA, RP, or VR chat. Are you saying that because it's like one of the things I don't do? I never think hosting really helps because you never really see the people from channels that are hosted. And vice versa. It's like one of the to-dos. Like, it's a go-to for, suggestions for growing your channel. But I don't think it helps that much. Maybe if you're a big streamer, there's a lot of cross-pollination there. Like, I upload to YouTube, and the YouTube algorithm apparently doesn't like me, so... Yeah. It's kind of curious, though. Like, I spent 2 years streaming Dead by Daylight, guys, and we barely got new people on my channel. Like, just, like, retrospective hindsight. Year and a half, 2 years, basically, when Cyberpunk first came out. I was streaming Dead by Daylight. Prior to that, that's when I was a Survivor main. I got my new chair handles. I'm going to put those on later. Maybe it's because my chair doesn't look good. Maybe I should get a LASIK. I don't know. I've talked about it so much. It makes me wonder if there's just like something stopping people from visiting my channel. Clicking on me. I'm not sure. Still not sure on that one. Am I in the Twitch directory? Do I just show up in the Twitch directory? Let's see. No. Cognito. Low to high. Oh, high to low. Pages down, are we? Two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. People do have watched me. 8. Nine pages down. Change directories, right?
In before Twitch silently censored my stream and only occasionally shows it to people. What the fuck's going on here? Let's try just chatting and see if I'm in the just chatting directory. Down by the random bird streams and shit. Ukraine Russian invasion. YouTubers. Why am I in the fucking... Why am I in the just chatting channel? It hasn't updated. At least I'm there. Yeah, hosting, I used to do hosting. Hosting always feels really disruptive when I do it. Not to my channel, but to the channel I'm in. Kind of feels like you're being an ass. World of Warcraft. Shows I'm sure maybe it's going to take a bit for me to update. You can see the channel in the directory. Wow. I can't, but you're also a follower. That's why I'm in incognito. You should check in incognito and see if you can see it. Incognito obviously means it's like a fresh... They could still track it via IP if they wanted to, like if they're being really crafty. You have to check in the incognito version, though. Black border is incognito. If you don't know how to open an incognito window, it's Control-Shift-N, if in Chrome, that is. I don't know if it works in Firefox or Opera. Could be it takes a bit for it to update. Oh, there I am. Okay, I'm there now. All right. Crisis averted, guys. Sometimes it feels an awful lot like I'm just not even in the directory. That's... that... Oh, jeez. Anyways, we're going to do some of... Mythics tonight. Mythic Pluses. We're going to be doing keys, as we have been the last couple days. We're going to see where things go there. If we don't get a new piece of gear to replace some of our blues, we are done with World of Warcraft, though. We're going back to Overwatch. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter if you're, like, let's say they're doing some sort of stealth ninja censoring, right, or some way of shaping the directory. It doesn't matter if you can see me, because you're a follower, and I have no problems with followers coming back to my channel. It's new people. Everything, like, I've showed you posts on, like, fucking Facebook that get fucking censored and shit like that. We're just talking about how they manipulate the drops, or possibly manipulate the drops in World of Warcraft. Yeah. Honestly, it just feels an awful lot like people don't even scroll down the directory anymore, where they might have, or they used to. It's like too much effort.
The aspects have returned.
Scrolling down is too much effort. It has been one of these things though where Twitch has never really done a good job of showcasing smaller streamers. Fortunately. I think the first round we're going to do, guys, is Nakun Offensive. Again. Mainly because I want that weapon, but it's probably not going to drop. And then we're going to do the other instances where I haven't done them at all to level them up. Dungeons. 8. Nakud. I don't know why Oceanic is on our realm. We're literally on East Coast. They shouldn't even be here. This should be Pacific. It's not, for some reason. Apply to a 9? Why not? Scales up a lot when you start getting towards when you get towards 8, the mob health and damage they deal scales up a lot really fast. It's not linear. It's not like a flat line like this in terms of level versus difficulty or damage and HP versus level. It is logarithmic. It goes like this. I believe 200% is at level 15, and 100% is at like level of 10 or 11. Oh my god, a tank. Is he a better tank? He might be a better tank. I have a better rating though. Tell me that. You tell me. I wonder how long, if I streamed to Facebook and YouTube, I wonder how long it would take for them to departner my channel.
The waters.
What is doing?
For the glory of the dragons. Waters flow once more.
You wish to buy?
May take a bit to get someone. I guess it is Sunday. Buddy tokens or PvP currency. Pet biscuits, don't care. Lots of gold.
Basically waiting right now for a healer. Ah, and we got a DC. Coming back. They didn't even disband the group, they just DC'd. That's not a good sign. We'll ask, because it might be guildies in here. Friends. When saying anything, that's not a good sign. Time is at 1. We'll give it like another minute and then we're gonna leave. Fucking healer pending too. Gotta love good group leads, guys. Didn't even bother disabling the group or disbanding the group before they decided they're gonna go to bed or something. Yeah. But you can't kick the person. I mean, they have the stone, so you can't really kick them. Assumingly, they have the stone. You guys are from my realm. What the fuck is this shit? Underbog is my realm. Agamag. Magan is my realm. Argath is my realm. Agaman. This looks like my realm. Stormrage is not my realm. Definitely is not my realm. Some of these guys are from my realm, but there's other people here that are not from my realm. Ganon's my realm. Burning. Gath. Bug. But then this is also merged with other realms here. Or Ganon. Doesn't make sense because phasing's off in cities. Fuck, this other guy's not talking at all, which is the rogue. Fuck. Look at this. Maybe we didn't get phased. We should have got phased though, because these guys are not on my phase. Oh, maybe it's because it was a PvP group. Okay. Eight. Vakud. Oh, fucking tanks and DPS. Okay, we are not doing Kud right now. Court of the Stars. Is that one we haven't done? Actually, I think that's one we need. I believe this is in Shadow. Oh my god, this is in Dalaran. Isles. This is the one on the right below the Valor, I think. You have to fly through it. Now we're in a different vault. Look how many people are here. There's like 4 people. It's after expansion launch, guys. These guys have 4 people in their main city. Oh, Blizzard, for the love of God, turn city phasing back on. Imagine logging into this. Here? There it is. What? Port area, I guess I flew through on accident. Oh my god! Level 50 gear. Wow.
Our citizens are desperate to break free of Alison's tyranny. See to it that they are suitably armed.
No. Very talkative group, by the way. Vermeer. Oh, still waiting on the last two. I see. Yes. Yes, indeed. A hot peach indeed. Yes. I see. We're still waiting on the Volpera. Fish. Dog pissed on the cat. What? Beat me into the portal. Therefore, they were here first. I not fucking hate, but rather dislike this instance. Just literally all over the fucking place, excuse me. Seemed relatively easy, though. Burr. Are you saying if they want to kick me or something? Fuck's going on here? Yeah.
Your arrival is fortuitous. Tonight the nobles have gathered in honor of the Grand Magistrates.
Watch the place.
Our spies report that Elisande herself will attend. This presents a rare opportunity to catch her away from her source of power. We'll take a side entrance to the grounds. Too many eyes are watching the front. This is your best chance to eliminate the Grand Magistrates. Good luck.
Go up the stairs, we run the side. This is one of those dungeons, once again, that's kind of convoluted to get around. Luckily, the first time we did this, we had people that knew what they're doing, though. Oh, no. We have to go do the towers. Next tower. That. Good. Whoa. I just died to an earthquake. I got stunned. It wasn't an earthquake, though. I ate a lot of damage from an earthquake. That was... Spawn's right there, though. This... Best way to go. Probably don't want to know the best way to go, but... No. That fucking summoned it. Only strikes what stuns me. I swear I remember going through a building here. The first group we did this with definitely knew what the fuck they're doing too. Just kinda... Duck. What am I supposed to do about that? Oh, maybe I'm supposed to silence them when they do that? I'll ask and see what happens. Oh my god. 174,000. Yep. There has to be, like, one of these guys is casting something that's doing that. No. Dear God. Fucking Christ. I was kicked from the group. Yeah. Luck. Yeah. Literally, the guys are like running on top of me with Earthquake on top. There's something we're supposed to do with the fucking mobs where I'm getting one shot, the Arcane Blast, that we aren't doing. So. And then we had, 18 deaths. We're trickling in without a full reset, which just got everyone killed over and over again. I thought I could get back there in time to save everyone, and then I wasn't getting healed when I got back, which was probably them trying to fuck me. So, good. Yeah, you're supposed to do something. One of those guys is casting something that's killing me. Okay. Food? Yes, please. The same thing, every instance seems to have, like, these two mobs that will fuck you in the ass if you don't pay attention to them. And I don't know which it was in that instance. It was the guy that kept casting, let's see. And, like, it looks like it builds, too. There's some sort of, because the first time I got hit by it, it was only, like, 70,000, like, when I died. And then the last time I died to it, I got hit for, like, damage taken. Quelling Strike is 174,000. Track of, it looks like it's overall. Bit of per ability. That's not helpful. Sasquatch Guard. First time we did this, as I mentioned before, they knew exactly what they're doing, and which mobs we were supposed to kill first, but I wasn't paying attention to the kill order. And then we just played with a group that had no idea what they're doing, myself included, and basically got me killed, so... And then, of course, booted because I'm the prom, right? And no one knew, by the way, how to deal with the sentries either, even though I asked in chat. No one knew how to deal with the sentries. Oh, no! They require level 14 while doing a level 8. I see. Boss is defeated. Yeah. What are we looking for? Jade Serpent, Azure Vault, Court of the Stars. Could try 9 again. What happens? Court. Thick. Jade. Same group I was just in? Ha! Yeah, it's the same group I was just in. By the way, their keys went down twice, so they got another tank, apparently. And it didn't go so well for them. That was a 9 when I joined it, now it's a 7, so... That's why I didn't look like the right one. That was the same group. Dude, Serpent, I think we got declined from that group. Pretty sure we applied, right? I'll apply again, whatever. They can decline me again. Jade. Azure. Vault. Jade Serpent. Court of the Stars, another one. Yeah, so they went down twice, and you only go down once if you lose. So, they went down twice, which means they had another tank and they failed again. It was the same group. Blue. This. Azure Vault. Where is Azure Vault? Azure Vault is... I think that's a new instance, right? Get fucking kicked in. They muted me. I think they just clicked it, yeah. It's the same shit. I think that's why those... So once again, the instance was pretty easy, but I think you need to know what mobs to kill. Because when we went through Court of the Stars, it was boring. It was so easy, so... I'm pretty sure it just depends on which mobs you kill. Yeah, it was 100%. And like I said before, like that one ability did like 70,000 to me, and then like the other time it hit me for 174. So it must be multiple mobs build up multiple applications, and then at the same time, there must be a debuff or something that's going on. Multiple applications or a debuff of some kind. Watch like a tutorial or something on that instance. I never did it back when it was out. Because it came out after I quit playing, so. Gone now. Yeah, just like, it just turned into a shit show at the end of that, too. Where, multiple people were pulling multiple mobs, and then at the end there, we had, like, an extra group on top of us. Normally you don't need to say this, but it seems like we actually have people waiting, and they just don't... First stone again. Maybe we'll watch Core of the Stars video after we finish this run. Because if I don't know what I'm doing, or if I don't know which mobs to kill, and depending on... Most of the time, DPS is pretty fucking derpy. Sometimes you'll get a healer that knows what they're doing, but most of the time, DPS is derpy. And they have no idea what they're doing. So, like, hoping one of the guys in the group is experienced is probably far-fetched. So, yeah. What expansion? We're in Legion, right? Broken Isles. Pretty sure Broken Isles is Legion. No, Legion was... Warlord's Drainer is the new Outland. New one, the old one. Good. This is one we've actually done, though, so...
Be wary, champions.
Only 7, I believe.
My vault is many things, but harmless is not one of them. These whelplings perceive anyone not of my blood as a threat. Their gaze pierces all. If they see you, all nearby creatures will awaken to purge you from the vault.
Christ. Fucking warm up on that. God. Okay, I guess we're taking smaller groups. Everyone just respawned. It looks like everyone respawned. Okay. Oh, dude. The fuck is that shit? Doesn't reset if you leave. I guess they want to reset. Killer just left. You don't have to leave the dungeon. I'm pretty sure you do. If you're alive, they just chase you through the gate. At least they used to, unless they changed it at some point. Oh, I was removed from the group. Okay. Good luck. Holy shit. Alright. What is that shit? Let's see. Literally giving my face with earthquakes. So there's shit that you stand in, and then there's earthquakes. And the guys that died were standing in the shit.
the little blue puddles on the ground, and then one guy was not spreading for the earthquakes. Okay. Let's do 7 then. We'll pull small groups. Instead of not resetting, just kick me from the group. Okay. Gotcha. Let's see. Ash. This is your vaults, right? Oh, maybe this is Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. It doesn't matter. That's fine. Actually, Burial Grounds we did pretty well on, didn't we? Just not looking. Dude, I have a +8 for Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. No, this is the wrong one. We aren't doing this. This is my highest rated dungeon, and I applied for 6, I think. Yeah. Thought that was a 0. 7. I'm gonna do a 0 vault, Court of the Stars, and Jade Serpent. Alabama Coon? The fuck is that? Okay. I guess. Draculus? This is the guy from earlier. Which instance was this from? This is from one of our instances that exploded. Ah! This was from the one with, the last one. Azure Vault.
Leading summons? This is a different group than we were in earlier, wasn't it? Yeah, this is Akko's group. Well, we aren't having too good of luck tonight, guys. We'll see how it goes, though. Yeah. Let's see how well this one goes. Okay. I guess he had to do a countdown for the pre-countdown.
Be wary, champions. My vault is many things, but harmless is not one of them. These whelplings perceive anyone not of my blood as a threat. Their gaze pierces all. If they see you, all nearby creatures will awaken to purge you from the vault.
Let's preempt this. They wake up the lobby guy, that's a big deal.
The Sundered Flame have been delving into my vault. They do not understand the dangers within, nor the powers they meddle with.
Whelpling? No. Those fucking earthquakes, guys, are no joke. If people don't fucking spread that shit, like, they weren't at lower mythics, but they are at higher mythics.
Once, my beloved Malagos gifted me with arcane seeds. I planted them here, a little garden from him. It looks as though it has grown wild over the years. I will need you to prune it.
I've been in a couple instances already that are getting fucked by the earthquakes. The last two that we were in, although not completely, the last two that we're in, and then, remember when we were doing the academy the other night with the group that didn't know how to do the tree? The trees? Yeah. Also wouldn't spread for the earthquakes either. And got pissy about it too. Hit an earthquake. You guys are all paying attention to earthquakes, though. I don't think you can aggro this guy, even, if you wanted to. Actually, we can maybe plant them over here. There we go. Take a couple out. Nope. Oh, he gets damage from the ones that are on the ground. Could actually maybe get it to go the other way. I think we'll kill him before it matters, though. I should actually drag him out instead of doing that. I should drag him out. I'm trying to avoid doing that so it's not like a complete reset. I don't think it matters, though. It's gonna matter later on, obviously, if he gets stronger.
The sundered flame here. Come this way.
This way, right? Yeah.
The location of my vault was chosen to harness and make use of this powerful ley line.
So this group, people in the group definitely seem to know what they're doing.
I am unsure of what effects it will have on your.
These definitely grow larger with the size of the rating
be on the lookout
level.
for the growth of extra appendages.
I'll push it to pick 2, we'll find out. I could have pulled one. I didn't think you could pull one. I just ate that guy's earthquake that just went over the top of me.
You have discovered one of my books of translocation. Since the majority of the Vault's caretakers are flightless, I incorporated a means of safe travel via these tomes.
Marketing someone's marketing stuff. I don't know what fucking circle's supposed to be. Do one of these things. And that is a pull. Stuff in place. All things considered, pretty good. We only had one death there. It wasn't me. I think someone pulled the other group. I don't know. Or pet, maybe. I don't know what the kill order is. Like, what circle's off? What the fuck is this kill order? Fucking get there we go. Oh, he has a golem out. So golems do a shitload of aggro, as well as aggroing that guy right now. I thought someone got aggro on him, he didn't. Ooh, you popped my gok! You bitch! Died. Dude, the fucking earthquake definitely fucks people. I don't know what popped my gok there. Maybe it's that attack just now. I think he did a lot of damage though. Arcane Dash. I wonder if there's a way to make your cast bars bigger so you can see when they're doing attacks. It'd be very useful. That was a mob from this side, so... Alright. Get him, there we go. Cleanse this off. I can. That's even easier than using buff. Cleanse is only like a 8-second cooldown. Bad. Egg. Normally when you get effect is in the magical effect, so you can just cleanse it off easily. I'm sure it poison and disease, so I didn't cleanse it. It must have just worn off right when I clicked the button or something. Allow me to use my abilities, please. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So beautiful. So powerful. All for me.
They just cleanse it off. Unless the healer did that. I don't know why that's working. It shouldn't be, because I can't get rid of magic effects. I don't know if we need to pull this guy. We're gonna pull him anyways. We have to get rid of that group that's running around the side, though. that? I'm not sure. No. Guys up there, I don't think matter at all. What? There we go, we got the healer up.
Take care of them. My treasure. Me. Take care of them.
Pretty sure that it's random aggro, and I'm pretty sure that's what killed their healer, by the way.
My treasures. Me. Take care of them. Shred you. All the power. Mine.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't keep spawning ads. Bitch! Stop that shit.
Take care of them. My treasures.
Poor Azure Blade. I do not blame her. I should have thought of her before I left. This door.
Okay.
I sense a breach behind it. The sundered flame must be this way.
This was stand in the front of that? He got through it though. But 2 people died on top of that. Yeah.
Tear this place apart if you have to. I will expose whatever secrets she locked away within these vaults.
Kalash must not break the final seal. The consequences would be dire. Please, hurry.
That's not good. Oh, we pulled the center of the room, too. The worst part is when you get mobs that kill you and you don't know why they're killing you. Like, you can't figure out what the fuck's actually doing it to you. Okay, well, I mean, I guess we just pulled the entire center of the room, so... Bottom. Okay. Good. Oh. Good. Pretty sure we have to pull the big group. Good. Okay, I guess we're pulling the big group too. Kind of sucks that I can't, like, there used to be a talent that allowed consecration to move around with you, and I really wish it still did that. Because you have to basically keep applying it if you have to be really mobile, and you lose a lot of benefits if you don't move it around with you. If there's more mobs in here we have to clear or not. Yeah, I should tank them back in the room like I used to. I used to tank them in the room, it's probably a good idea. Good, they're both enraged. I like this. Good.
What is she hiding?
Alright, well, let's pull this and see what happens. Pretty sure we drop down immediately after this.
Is she me send you. Enough. Freeze! The secrets will be mine. Now you will pay. Ice.
That spread. Look at that spread. Look at these guys.
The secrets will be mine. Ice Cove.
No, 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 no! Dude, that one, they just literally, two of those guys just dumped their earthquake. See how much damage the earthquake almost one-shot me. If 3 people dump their earthquakes on me, I die. But if 2 people do, I almost died, and I think that's because I had some mitigation effects on. So.
Now you will pay.
Be outside my range again. Like that.
Freeze!
I think it actually does. This does damage right there.
The secrets will be mine.
The shaman keeps getting too far on top of him with both the ice bomb and the earthquake.
We are too late. Oh. Oh no.
We have to go through extra steps because we have to double back over the top. On top of the boss. It's even more steps if we do that.
Mother! My agony is yours.
Bitch. Be like that.
Stay back! Stay back! My agony is yours.
So he's dead. So he's alive. Dear fucking god. Get the fuck away from me. Why the fuck are all these bubbles coming to me? Fuck off! Like they state, do they come to you eventually? No way. Well. So much for beating the timer.
Greetings, young one.
Like, all those bubbles were trying to kill me at the end there. When I had, like, a debuff on. And they succeeded at doing so. Sure what's happening with my heals here, but for some reason he's not healing me. Dead. It definitely seems like he's not healing me for some reason. I don't know why.
A pleasure.
Yeah, so apparently some people are not killing crystals? Okay, cooldown's still down on the last boss. I'm gonna leave my cooldowns for when the crystals pop up. It's like everyone lost their interest in actually trying, like, their concentration after we lost the timer and got demoralized or something, and now they aren't trying as hard. they occasionally like pat back to the boss or something. They definitely are guided in some way, shape, or form. Good.
My dear one.
Those things definitely are guided. They're just kind of like, you know, whatever.
Dangerous, but he meddled with it anyway. By the time we found him, we could not stop the growth. I placed him in stasis until I could find a proper cure. And then I was gone. Champion, you did what was needed and ended his suffering.
The teleport out, teleport back in.
Thank you.
I thought it teleported me out of the instance. It teleported me to the beginning of the instance. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like that first one was much easier. It's like people lost concentration. Sometimes when the boss is so close to dying, guys.
Well met.
They'll just try to DPS the boss down, and they can't do that. Like, cause it'll go through another cycle, and then I die, for instance. Those crystals, if you leave them too long, they'll actually just, they'll add a buff to the boss's damage and I explode. What happens there, which is why the other guy said that you have to kill him. Because apparently, like, I couldn't keep track of what's going on there. Or the group. Nail. They upgraded a Zero Vault. We still need Panda and Court of the Stars. Let's see. We're gonna do Naku and see if we get a weapon drop. Like I mentioned before, guys, if we don't get a single piece of gear tonight, guys, we're done. I think is what way this is gonna go. I'm not talking about stuff that's like crafted or whatever. It definitely feels as though they... Why do I have so much lag? Definitely feels like they try and stop you from getting pieces of gear, which is why we aren't getting anything anymore. Despite us doing a shitload of mythics, so...
Mountains are mighty here.
There's definitely lag.
Plant our banners to mark what the Dragon Scale expedition.
It's
has discovered.
oceanic. This is an oceanic group, but it wasn't listed as oceanic. It wasn't listed as oceanic group.
Have you brought me a gift?
Holy
My
shit.
blood is our blood.
Well, I mean, I'm willing to try it. And it's not a second, it's about 500 milliseconds. I'm willing to try it, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna kill us, but maybe it won't. Because it's an MMO, right? So maybe it won't, but probably will. I'm pretty sure it's gonna kill us. Shit. Yeah, so oceanic is basically Australia, Philippines area. I don't know why they're on NAE, but they are for some reason. It's like they're all in a bunch of them are on our server for some reason. Everything. That's everyone.
Welcome.
Heat goddess. I see. Fitting the role, guys.
Good. You're here. I welcome Onara's rage. When the
You can
winds
feel
are
it when you
still,
push your buttons.
I will
But
suspect
I
the
immediately
worst.
felt that before.
Tirai,
For some reason,
Shikar,
oh,
and
it is showing up in
O'Neill
ping now.
clans
128
must
MS.
rally to free her and defeat Balakar Khan.
mystics in here or something. Oh, maybe that's what's killing me. It was the fucking arrows. I'm not dodging the little arrows before. Right there, you see the little shits on the ground? Everyone except the main character. I think that's what was killing me before, is I'm standing in the arrows because I don't see them. Not that. When they say focus fire, there's arrows that appear on the ground.
Focus fire!
Brown spots. I don't think I saw those before. It definitely seems like they're occasionally changing the spell effects in here. Make them more vivid, like those blue spots in the last instance. Those never used to be that bright. Random aggro. Probably didn't need to clear that outside group, and maybe I shouldn't have. Just go through the center, and then aggro the center groups into the center where the boss normally appears. Been better, because then we would have skipped the pull.
Let fly!
Should start with this group then, if this is the longbow group. I think that stopped. Start here. Live and learn, guys. Live and fucking learn. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you kill this group, the fucking arrow text. The longbow group? Yeah. I believe last group they said tank them by the ballistas.
Die! This land is mine! Tremble before primal power! Die!
Ready to fire!
Can you stand against my might?
No, yeah, I think I can't do it as a tank.
Die! This land is mine! Tremble before primal power!
Ready to fire!
Die! This land is mine! Can you stand against...
Let fly!
Destroy! Incarnates!
Ah, I'll push it a second time, don't worry. Not too bad. These guys know what they're doing too. That's actually more important than... Actually, somewhat more important than a ping is just having people that know what the fuck they're doing. Like the Core of the Stars group where they didn't know what the fuck they're doing. Who's our healer anyways? Healer is purple. So I can grab these guys too. Gotta get that other pack group as well. Kill my face. Dead. Bang. No, you gotta be fucking shitting me. Okay, well. That was a waste of battle reds. I didn't have enough holy power to res her earlier, and as such didn't. And then when I did, yeah, that's not only a waste of a battle res, but also potentially a player. And me not paying attention means I might have been able to survive that if I actually healed myself. So. I always forget to mark myself. I don't know what these balls are on the ground. I think those are bad. I try not to run into them. This is all melee? Or all ranged? It looks that way. Except for the pets. So I think it was actually our healer that kills me on occasion. It was like the one that was running in on top of me is because we don't have any melee. I think it's the healer that's trying to do something funky by healing and it's actually getting me killed. Click it off. Okay. It honestly seems like the fucking healer's trying to off DPS and it's actually fucking hurting me. Oh, buddy. DPS are supposed to walk into the balls and stop them. A couple bosses like that. Huh, I wonder if I'm supposed to grab those balls at the other bosses then? Yeah. Or the mobs, where you see them on the ground, maybe you're supposed to grab them up, otherwise it does damage to you. There was like 1 or 2 DPS there that weren't gathering up the balls, and as such a couple were hitting the boss and fucking my face.
Eagles will feast on your flesh.
Pet group in my face. Fucking my face right now. Battle res, battle res, battle res, battle res.
face My ancestors.
They have them, it's fine. It looks an awful lot like our healer is trying to off DPS, guys, and that's not a good thing because it's getting us killed. Yeah, they're trying to be super fucking amazing and killing us. Good. That's unfortunate. It's not really memeing, like as much as just people trying to have fun, I guess, in their own way. Take a look at stats at the end of this game. I'm pretty sure it's the healer that's been trying to off DPS, and it's not always working out because they're neglecting their healing duties. Like, off DPS is fine if you actually, like, you know, you're fine with the healing, but if you're sacrificing healing, it's like fucking Moira in Overwatch. DPS Moiras.
Raise me again.
I am a messenger of death.
Fucking Christ. Maybe it's just a type of healer. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe this is more of a battle healer or something. We're on the back lines. In the back lines, not in the front lines. In the back lines.
Shall rise. I will stomp on your grave.
Fucked up my positioning. They're all. Good. Totally the fucking healer. She's a true tank? Yeah, she's true DPS or something. I don't know. Yeah. It's definitely... And then, like, so I think... I'm pretty sure it was the fucking healer again that just knocked all the mobs out in front of me and then put the two mobs that have random aggro on top of the hill in the back, which then just fucked up the line of sight for healing, too. Like, you saw the guy come in front and go like that, and it pushed everything back, and then we ended up with two random mobs that were in the back, that we had to regain aggro on again.
I have many lucky dues.
Yeah. Couldn't kill like anything either. It's fucking her! I'm literally fucking healing myself right now, guys. It is 100% the fucking healer just being a dumbass. Holy fucking shit. I literally just healed myself through the entire fucking fight just now.
Necromancers? On our sacred grounds?
This is what has become of our legacy?
Look at this. I healed myself for 61% this last fight. Look at that.
You shall pay for this blasphemy with your lives. Flee before me!
This is the end.
Jesus fucking Christ, guys.
Away from him.
Rend the earth! Flee before me!
This is the end, Defilers.
So like half my fucking healing is myself again.
Peace at last.
Shit, guys.
My children.
A fucking moron. Once again, guys, fucking snowflakes literally called out on their bullshit. Jesus fucking Christ. Which is why she fucking left, because she didn't want an argument. Fucking dumbass. That's why they left immediately, too, so you can't actually respond to them. Like, literally just people putting up with your bullshit because it's next to impossible to get an extra healer. Yeah, this led into the group. It was literally that fucking second to last fight, guys, where I looked at my fucking meters. Notice I just quoted overall, and that's not me. That's just like healing to the group and to yourself. Christ. I don't know if we can do this fight without a healer, though, but it's going to be next to impossible to get another. Actually, I don't know, because you aren't locked out of mythics. We might be able to get a healer. That's fucking obnoxious as shit, though.
I will use Onara's power for more than breezes and blessings. My storm will bring forth a mightier Maruk. Greatness awaits us.
Living up to your name, I suppose, if you're called Hate Goddess, right? Yeah. Christ.
Your skulls will shatter beneath my hooves. Soon.
Oh my god.
You have always been weak. Last and fewer. You will be trampled into dust.
Good boss. Right.
You cannot stand against me.
That's, yeah, no shit. Good. Yeah, we did. We did get feared at the end there. Yeah, by the way, that last healer fucking expecting no one to look at the healing meters? Yeah, you can fuck off. And it's not about overall healing and just like spam healing across the entire fucking group. Yeah. Literally went through to this specifically on purpose. Fuck am I going? Wrong spot. Fuck is the... Wrong spot. Following the other guys, and they aren't going to the right spot. It's like everyone gets super impatient, guys, when things go wrong, and then they aren't willing to actually adjust or deal with things. Someone was like literally sitting on top of the boss. I don't know if they actually got no, he literally went the wrong way. Throwing me. Sad thing about this is if we can actually complete this without a healer. Although we fucked up pretty bad at the, like at the end, like everyone just once again when you're rushing down to the meter guys, just people just get kind of like loose. Missed that. By the way, I think we actually would have had the boss too if we didn't reset. If we didn't try to reset, I think we would have been fine. Forced to reset.
Your skull will shatter beneath my bones! Slash and skewer!
Save that.
The weak must die. You will be trampled into dust. If the Eagle Mother will not gift me her power, this land is our birthright!
You guys are doing pretty good. That guy literally just dumped this fucking thing on me, guys. Dude. Good shit.
Ancestors, forgive me.
Thalakar's weapon will be broken.
Dude.
He will not take a place of honor with the Ancestor Khans. My thanks, outsider. Lunara now flies free. And without Falakar's influence, Clan Noku may heal.
And that's unfortunate. Unless there's a better way of doing that, I think we have to CC him or stun him, maybe? I think Repentance works on Dragonkin. You normally have to do that, though. Yeah, that fucking healer is toxic as shit. And they expected them not to actually be noticed, too. That's why they immediately left the group. Yeah, what a piece of shit. Deadly Shock is what it's called. Deadly Thunder. I don't know if we can kill the big group. They're all non-elites. I don't think we can kill this guy. We can try. Pretty sure we aren't going to be able to do this, but we can try. These fucking random aggro fucks that kill everyone. These guys on the side. I think these were two of the guys. That right there, that's not good. 2 at the front door would be better than doing the back ones in the back, for sure. Guys, the screen. This is funny because we already killed the last boss. Yeah, the big groups, it's not just the one guy that stomps, it's those fucking guys on the side that do random AoE. Random aggro. And then they throw that fucking spear that kills people. God, I did that. I did that to everyone else. Oh no, this guy was here! Oh, you got me kidding! He actually fucking showed up. Okay, well. Literally like one mob. We're like one mob away from clearing this. We stopped the other group from aggroing. Oh, dear God. Like, we didn't really actually have that much of a problem with not only the end boss, but then the 2 ads on top. Like, if I didn't actually try to run away, I would have been fine. If I didn't try to, like, reset, I thought maybe you could reset, I would have been fine. We would have been fine. But because I actually tried to reset that last boss, it actually cost us time. At the end here, like, the paths actually overlap with each other. Need to drink it, of course. Fuck that chick, by the way. That was 100% a chick. Probably a streamer, too. Fuck that shit. God. Mastery. Place my 363 trinket. I don't want haste, though. Knock it, though. That's fucking rough, guys. Holy shit. Dude. That cost us like an extra fucking half an hour just fucking around there at the end. Christ. Okay, so let's take a look at... I can't go back that far. Fucker. This obviously doesn't count because this is the end of the after the healer left. But I legitimately looked at my healing done and she healed me. I healed myself for like 75% of one of those fights. That was the second to last pull before I called her out on her bullshit. And the chat's off the screen because of the fucking yellow. Oh, let's try this one. Overall healing done. This is for overall healing done when the healer dumped this in chat. Overall healing done, 18.7 million healing. Overall healing done, 12.3 million healing. This is over the entire instance, which includes fucking group pulls and boss fights, right? This should not look like this at all. In any way, shape, or form. I have 32% of overall healing. And this is a much bigger piece of the pie when you split it up more. This chick was 100% fucking us over. Multiple times. And then, of course, just leaves. Like, just dumps this in chat. Like, all of a sudden, this shit, like, we should not be anywhere close to this, by the way. With the proper healer, we should not be anywhere close to their amount of healing at all. Yeah. Just to show off, and my guess is in DPS, if we look at, the damage... damage done. Well, we can't even tell now because it's so... Once again, because we spent an inordinate amount of time in the instance after the healer left, it's not really a fair comparison at all. Not that they need one. But wasn't even really doing that much damage either. And then they kept fucking throwing the mobs. That's like the most annoying thing in the world. Putting aside like after healing myself, putting aside having to heal myself. Like, they literally fucking just, like, toss the... There's mobs that just randomly aggro. They attack stuff other than tank. You can't take aggro off them. And getting them grouped up is a huge pain in the ass. And then, like, they just... On those burial mounds, which are shaped like this, by the way. So if I'm too far over the top, I lose line of sight on my healer. So those burial mounds that are fucking like this... Yeah, like, she pushed them back over the top... On the other side, which then, of course, later on got us at, like, I think it wiped us once, too, where she pushed them over the top, and then aggroed the guys behind the blob, too, behind the mound. It aggroed the guys behind it who are standing in front of it. It's fucking obnoxious shit. And by the way, once again, look at this. It should not look anywhere, in any way, shape, or form like this in terms of healing. I should not be close to the healer at all, and you can go, oh, that's not that close. This is actually really fucking close. Because you also have other people in the group that are also healing themselves, but... This is prior to them leaving, by the way, or prior to my meters ending up off. Look at this shit. So the other people were also healing themselves on top of it. Chopai? Chopai also healed himself for 4.3 million. Look at this. What a piece of shit. Holy fucking shit. Holy fuck, guys. And then just immediately leaves the group when you point it out, because they know, if you actually take a look at this, it doesn't actually look right. If you actually look at this, like, it goes, oh my god, they do more healing. Yes, they do more healing than you. They aren't supposed to be this little more than me. It's supposed to be like something like 70%. Depends on what kind of healer you have, once again. But yeah, this is absurd. And once again, some of those fights, they weren't even healing me, or sometimes fucking healing me. It was pretty fucking obnoxious. Which I know, once again, if you have like an unstable person in your group, if you point out what they're doing, they'll just literally just rage quit or try and kill your entire group. Yeah, welcome to World of Warcraft, guys. They'll literally rage quit or kill your entire group because they aren't adults. And it fucking sucks dealing with that. So we got ancestral beads again. I don't even know if I want to use these. I probably do. To replace my trinket. Then I lose strength, but I gain mastery. And I also lose my my mastery. Both these suck. Both my trinkets suck. Another option we have also sucks. First, like, what sucks the most? Like, our groups tonight, guys, have been fucking horrible. What sucks the most about that was literally just the amount of fucking time we spent in there. It's just a huge waste of time, which is why they did it, by the way. It's next to impossible to get a healer for an instance that you basically half did. So, or a person for an instance you half did. It's different in looking for group, but it's not like that in and the pre-mades. Once again, I really wish they'd put the pre-mades on LFD system. Drama like that wouldn't matter at all. Like, it'd just be easy as shit to deal with. Because you just fucking push them out and then get another person. I'm sure that's what they think about me when they're fucking up. Let's actually, what time is it? Let's look at the Court of the Stars and see what we're supposed to do there.
Hey everyone, Tactics here with my 8th and final Season 1 Mythic Plus Guide for Dragonflight, finally going through the fan favorite dungeon that's being brought back, Court of Stars. In this video, I'll walk you guys through everything you need to know about this revamped Legion dungeon, including the profession, race, and class buffs, important interrupts, and other trash abilities, boss mechanics, and I'll even show off a simple, easy to execute thundering route that'll be great for pugging early on in the season. If you want to see similar guides,
like I said before, guys, or I've mentioned, healers, if they don't like you, will try to get you killed, like intentionally try to kill you.
As well, if you're interested. Throughout this season, I'll also be posting a ton of useful Mythic Plus and raid related content, such as advanced routing guides, high key walkthroughs from a tank's perspective, and even tank tips for normal, heroic, and mythic raid bosses. So if any of that sounds like something you'd want to see, make sure you subscribe to the channel and click on that notification bell so you don't miss a single video. With that said, let's start off by talking about some of the different buffs littered around this dungeon, and there are quite a few. Essentially, throughout the dungeon, buff items will spawn in certain locations that you can interact with if you have the correct class, race, or profession, and these will give a variety of different buffs. This includes flat 10% haste, summoning an emissary away from the second boss, and even auto-killing the first boss once he reaches 25% HP. I'll post the list of all these potential buffs down below. Unfortunately, which of these items spawns is randomly chosen each run, so you may not always have the same buffs available, but they will always be in the same spots if they do spawn. Luckily, I do have a handy map that shows the position of all of these buffs, as well as what can use them, which I'll also post in the description for you.
There's no way you're getting a pug to go around those different spots.
I'm not sure if Drakthir or Vogers have something they can interact with as well, but I'll post a comment if that changes. For this map, the blue dots show all the different stat buffs, whereas the red dots show the buffs that interact with trash or boss mobs. Notably, two of the more powerful item spawns in the Goblin Gnome and Engineering Orb, as well as the Blacksmithing and Hunter Trap, both received significant nerfs to their performance in order to bring them in line with the other buffs. The orbs no longer fully disable Guardian constructs, which we'll talk about later. Instead, they cause them to deal 25% less damage and be stunned for 5 seconds every 20 seconds. Similarly, the trap no longer instantly kills one of the second boss emissaries. Now it deals 10% of their HP and damage and causes them to take 25% increased damage for 30 seconds. Outside of that, all of the other buffs remain the same. Now that we've talked about profession buffs, let's talk a bit about the trash leading up to the first boss, starting off with the Dusk Watch guards. These guys have a frontal cone at the tank in Quelling Strike. This does not follow the tank, so they can avoid it as well, and they will want to because this will stun anyone hit. They also have the Cast Fortification. This is a 25% DR and haste. This does not follow the tank, so they can avoid it as well, and they will want to because this will stun anyone hit. They also have the Cast Fortification. This is a 25% DR and haste magic buff, so you can interrupt this, or you can purge / spell steal this if you have a mage in your group, for example, for that nice buff. Duskwatch sentries are also all around this area. They will immediately throw torch to the first person that aggroes them, and this is a pretty nasty fire hit and dot, so you want to make sure that your tank is the person that aggroes these mobs. If someone else accidentally butt pulls one of these sentries, they are in for a very bad time. Immediately upon being aggroed, they try and run to the nearest watch post, which are these pillars that you can interact with throughout this area towards the first boss, and once they get to them, they will try and cast Sound Alarm, which is interruptible and stoppable, and if it's successful, it will summon a Duskwatch reinforcement. These reinforcements just have one interruptible ability in Subdue, which is a random target magic stun for 8 seconds, so you will want to make sure you interrupt this. You can also dispel it as it is a magic effect. You will want to interact with these watch posts on your way to the first boss, because the first boss does have an ability that interacts with any of these watch posts that you do not deactivate, so make sure you go towards all of these and interact with them to disable them. Mana Saber Cats are also in this area, and they just have one spell in Mana Bang. This is a jump attack at a random ranged target that hits in a 5-yard radius around where they land and apply a magic dot as well, so make sure you are a little spread when engaging these guys. The Squatch Arcanists are caster mobs in this area, and they have 2 interruptible abilities. One is Nightfall Orb. This is a random target arcane hit that bounces to up to 3 nearby allies, and this hits pretty hard as well, so you want to make sure you interrupt this. It is not stoppable, unfortunately, so you have to commit a kick. They also have Seal Magic, again interruptible, and this is just a 10-yard AoE silence that you will want to run out of. Bound Energy are often alongside these Arcanists, and they just have Charged Blast. This ability is a big frontal line attack at the tank that does not follow them, so you can avoid it, of course, and also knock back anyone hit. This ability is stoppable though, so you will want to make sure you try and do this, or at the very least just make sure it's not pointing towards the rest of your party, because this does chunk. The last smaller mob in this area are Mana Worms, and these guys just have wild detonation, so on death they'll leave a 5-yard swirly on the ground.
It feels like I need to make my cast bars bigger.
Standing in terms of
but I don't want to install a UE mod. I wonder if you can do that with the default interface.
Earlier on in the video, these guys have a couple important spells you'll want to interrupt. Charging Station is the first one, and this will do a 5% heal and 2% damage done increase to all allies within 20 yards of the Guardian Construct. So this doesn't really do anything if it's just the Guardian Construct alone, but if anything else is nearby, they'll get a ton of healing and some damage increased as well. So you want to make sure you kick this. They also have Suppress, which is a random target channel attack that is ticking damage and pacifies the player that it's targeting. This is a magic ability, so it can actually be dispelled off of them, but you also can just commit a kick to this as well. Finally, they have a tank frontal attack in Charge Smash. This puts a little 4-yard puddle on the tank here, and it does follow where the tank is, so be careful of that. Don't be stacked on top of your tank when you're fighting these guys. The other big mob in this area is the Arcane Manifestation, and these guys just have a single cast in Drain Magic, another interruptible one, and this is a 50-yard party hit that gives a 5% damage done increase to the manifestation if it goes off. This can be purged off of them as it is a magic buff, but ideally you just make sure you keep these guys kicked. Patrolling around the large room you get to here is the first boss, Patrol Captain Gerdo.
I was going to hit M to see the map.
Abilities for you to deal with. First is Resonant Slash, similar to the frontal from the guard mobs earlier in the dungeon, except this creates a cone both in front and behind the boss that you'll want to avoid. Street Sweepers also occasionally spawn, and this just shoots a line of arcane energy at a random player that you'll want to get out of. To make dodging both of these abilities a little bit more difficult, Girdle will sometimes cast Arcane Lockdown, which puts 3 stacks of a dot and a 30% slow on every player in the party. This is a magic debuff, so you can dispel it, but you can also just get rid of these stacks by jumping. So as soon as this goes out, you want to immediately jump 3 times, both to get rid of that slow so you can dodge, and also reduce the damage you take from that dot. On top of this, if you've left any of the watch posts on the way to this boss active, when Signal Beacon is cast, each of them that is left active will spawn a Vigilant Dusk Watch, an ad that will just try and spam cast Hinder, very similar to that reinforcement ad, just a random target stun that you want to interrupt and stop from going off. Once the boss reaches 25% HP, he'll run to the center of the room and drink from his flask of Solemn Night, increasing his haste and damage by 30%. However, if you have a rogue or an alchemist in your party, you can interact with this flask at any time, and instead it will just instantly kill the boss at this point. This saves you a pretty decent chunk of time, especially on tyrannical keys, and is definitely something you want to have in your group. From there, you'll make your way through the nearby building, and you'll have a bunch of demon ads you'll need to deal with. The first is the Watchful Inquisitor, and these guys have the Searing Glare ability. This is a big fire tank hit, interruptible and stoppable, so do one of those. They also have Eye Storm, and this is a stoppable ability that you will want to make sure that you stop, as it's just channeled ticking party damage, and this is pretty hard hitting as well, especially with some of the nearby Blazing Imps in the discussion. So these guys just have a couple castable abilities. Firebolt, random target fire damage, you can kick this, as well as Drifting Embers. This is just a channeled tick of damage to random players, but it ticks very quickly, every 0.5 seconds here, and very hard as well, so kick or stop this as it is a channel. Some Shadow Mistress ads are also in this area. They also have 2 abilities. Bewitch is the only interruptible ability. This is a random target, 75% slow and haste reduction. This also is a magic debuff, so if you miss that kick, you can dispel it instead. They also have a tank hit that is pure shadow damage in shadow.
This is for Dragonflight,
as it also has a 25% healing reduction. Legion Hounds are also in this area. They have Fellblaze Leap, which is just a random range.
It feels like they aren't covering the ability that blew me up. I'm not exactly sure.
Which is an enrage effect that increases their haste.
Not covering it.
So you can soothe this. Now in this area, you also need to somehow pull away the 3 demonic emissaries away from the second boss here, as each of them has the Bond of Cunning buff, which is a 100% health and damage increase for each demonic emissary that's nearby, which also buffs the boss. In order to bring these guys away from the boss, you'll need to either interact with one of those red dots on the buff map that has spawned this time around. Again, I'll post that up.
What was the ability that killed me?
Check out for yourself. Or if those aren't available or you don't have
Duskwatch Guard, Quelling Strike.
Instead, what you can do is you can kill one of the Fellbound Enforcer mobs that has spawned randomly throughout this
It
area.
hit me for 171,000.
Very easy to deal with in the fact that they only really have one ability in Fell Detonation, and what this is a big 60-yard party hit that has a nasty 12-second knockback to it.
I wonder with Fortification and with Enrage, that's why it did so much damage to me.
Bring them to one of the nearby corners or rooms and use the walls here to LOS that very, very long Fell Detonation cast. Everyone in your group should be able to easily LOS this, assuming you bring them relatively close to a wall, and make sure you do that, and these guys become quite easy to defeat. Once defeating a Fellbound Enforcer, it'll automatically call over one of the demonic emissaries, and note that all of these guys have gained an ability since Legion here for Dragonflight. Specifically, they will always come in the same order. So first up is Imakacha, and this guy has Whirling Blades, which is an 8-yard AoE around the boss that will bleed anyone hit, and they also have Scream of Pain, and this is just a 50-yard party hit that will also interrupt anyone casting for 5 seconds. The second emissary is Balgar the Watchful. This guy's got Disintegration Beam, which is a random target channeled shadow hit that also slows and puts a stacking damage reduction on them. You want to interrupt this. And he also has Impending Doom. This is a magic dot that goes onto 2 random targets, and on removal it'll explode within 50 yards. This can be pretty scary, but it is somewhat useful to note that this can also be LOS'd, in that the person with the debuff themselves, if they LOS the rest of the party and then their debuff expires, that explosion will not actually hit the rest of the party. So potentially some useful things you can use with that information. The final lieutenant here is Jasharu. This guy's got a tank frontal in Shockwave that is avoidable from the tank's perspective, as it doesn't follow, and it will stun anyone hit. And he also has Crushing Leap, which is just a random range target, jump, and a knockback that you want to avoid. Once you've defeated all 3 emissaries, then you'll be able to take on Talixay herself, who has a ton of fire spells she casts, and an important one is the Burning Intensity buff. This is something she'll stack up on herself throughout this fight, with each stack increasing the ticking damage she deals every 3 seconds, as well as giving her a 10% fire damage buff in general, so this boss fight gets harder and harder as it goes on. On top of this, you'll want to keep constant kicks on the boss, as she will cast Withering Soul fairly frequently, which is a stacking magic debuff that reduces both health and move speed of all players by 10% if it goes off. Definitely a bad thing to happen, especially with that ramping fire damage, so make sure this gets kicked. Aside from that, she'll occasionally cast Infernal Eruption. This spawns several swirlies underneath every single player that both leave behind a fire puddle and spawn an Infernal Imp. These imps are very similar to the Blazing Imp Trash. They're able to cast both that random target Firebolt and the Channel Drifting Embers. However, they have very low health comparatively, so they can be killed pretty quickly here. You just want to try and stay relatively stacked here, move as a group when the swirlies go out, and then this spawns the imps in a relatively small area, so you can quickly AoE them down and CC them, stuns, all those kind of things, and get them dead before they cast any spells. Once you've defeated Talixay, make sure you grab a costume from the nearby NPC here, then head into the estate and try and find the Demon Imposter in order to unlock the final boss. In order to do so, there are 5 chatty rumor mongers here that you can talk to in order to get a clue as to what the imposter looks like. Notably, once you've found all 5 clues, if you have a Demon Hunter or Protection Paladin in your group, they'll be able to identify who the imposter is quickly with either Spectral Sight or Truth Guard, and this can speed up the process a fair bit. After you've determined who the imposter is, you can follow them to the side room where they'll reveal their true self, a Dreadlord Garant the Vile. This guy has seen several changes as well since Legion, taking a lot of inspiration from the Season 4 affix Shrouded. So he has that Vampiric Claw ability on the tank. This is a shadow hit that will heal Garant based on the damage done, so make sure you mitigate this as much as you can to reduce that healing. He also will spawn Hypnosis Bats, which will just try and cast Hypnosis on a random player. You can't kick this, but you can use any form of CC on this bat to prevent that cast, and then it will just despawn after that. If this goes off, though, it is a charm, so make sure you stop these bats. Finally, he maintains that Shadow Bolt volley from before. This is just a 100-yard range shadow hit on the entire party. Once you've defeated Garant, you'll be able to grab the keys from his body, which open up the balcony that Advisor Melandros is on. This boss fight is simple but challenging, with a lot of the difficulty coming from managing your available space and positioning well. The main thing you'll need to be worried about here is Blade Surge, which causes the boss to dash to a random ranged player, dealing damage within 5 yards and bleeding any one hit, as well as leaving behind an image of himself there. Where you put these images is very important because they will duplicate both of his next 2 abilities, which can be extremely dangerous if you aren't careful and ramps up over the course of the fight as more images spawn. The first is Piercing Gale, which is a frontal line attack that deals a bunch of physical damage, and again, gets pretty hectic once you have like 5 or 6 of these images out and you have a bunch of lines going across the entire platform. Make sure you avoid these. There's also the AoE Slicing Maelstrom, which is an often misunderstood ability and will likely be the source of a lot of deaths on this boss. When cast, the boss deals a set amount of damage to all players no matter where you are, then it deals additional extra damage to anyone that is within 7 yards of the boss or any of his images. This means you'll want to stay away from all the images when this goes off, as well as the boss himself. This can hurt melee boss uptime, of course, but dead DPS deal no DPS whatsoever, so either pop a defensive here if you want to stay on the boss, or just back up away from the boss and stay safe if you can't. Notably, this will stack if you're in range of both the boss and an image, for example, so again, really make sure that no image is within 7 yards of you to reduce that damage intake. For how to handle image positioning here, we found that having your range stack up near the door that you came in from, and then moving whenever a Blade Surge targets one of them to be best. You can also min-max his positioning a bit more by having your range go back on top of the previously spawned images just before a Blade Surge cast. You can stack them up on the same spot. Just be careful here to avoid going on top of these spots during the Slicing Maelstroms. In addition to the previously mentioned abilities, Enveloping Winds will also spawn all over this platform throughout the fight, and these are just roaming tornadoes that will stun anyone who comes into contact with them for 4 seconds, so some area denial here on top of your aerial denial in case there wasn't enough of that already. That wraps up all of the abilities throughout the dungeon though, so let's talk a little bit about the pug-friendly route I've got here, which I'm walking you through in MDT. If you want the link to this route for yourself, I'll throw that down in the description below. right off the bat here, there is this little Duskwatch guard. You can CC this mob with any of those out of combat CCs to just walk past them, so sap in prison, that kind of thing. Worst case though, if you don't have any of those, just pull this guy into the first pack, not a big deal. Here, just watch that frontal as you're running up. Notably that you have that big...
The way that we did looks absolutely nothing like this.
You want to make sure you
not talking like the group that we had earlier tonight, but the one prior to that.
Here, by the docks here. Then you move up. The reason for this is that they've actually kind of increased the aggro radius of these guardian constructs from Legion to now, it seems like. So it's very, very difficult to do the little jump skip here and avoid both of these. So I just go around now is what I'm recommending to pug groups. You pull these mana worms here. Just be careful of this guy's padding. He could be padding towards on top of these mana worms when that happens, so just be careful. Pull them on top of these guys. Go down here if you need to, because this area will be clear. And then you have this big blue pole, and you're probably thinking, Tactics, why the hell are you doing this giant blue pole here? You should be able to avoid half these mobs. Well, yes, in theory you should be, but like I mentioned, the aggro radius on these guys is increased. These guys are actually very close to the door, closer than they would appear in this picture here. And in general, in any pug group, this is the pull that's going to happen whenever you go into this corner. I just don't really think everyone is going to be able to avoid all these guys. Maybe they do, and maybe your pug group is insane, but I'm just going to assume that people accidentally butt pull all this stuff anyways, so just pull it so that you know exactly what is in the pull. Get ahead of that problem a little bit here. Keep your interrupts on the Guardian Construct so he doesn't heal up.
We don't even do 2 and 3 from what I remember.
Get cast off on the watch post, and then just AoE it all down, then move forward up the bridge. Notably, the engineering orb, goblin, and gnome as well spawns in the back of this building if it does spawn, so you can potentially grab that if it's up. Otherwise, moving up here, clearing this 3-pack, there are 3 watch posts in this boss room here, so you can have someone go disable them without actually aggroing any of the trash whatsoever. Easier on a stealth class, of course, but it doesn't require stealth. And then you can engage the boss. Don't forget alchemists or rogues. The flask is in the center of the room here for you to interact with and basically remove 25% health from the boss. Then you move up here. You've got 1 Guardian Construct that you can just run with throughout all these buildings here to actually come out over here in the demon area. Again, be careful of that frontal smash attack because it does kind of follow the tank a little bit in that sense. So just be careful. Don't be in front of this mob as you're running.
Can't wait to wipe on this tomorrow.
And once you actually get to the demon area, once the season starts.
I was hoping there's some information more on the interrupts on the specific mobs at the beginning, but I don't think it is. I think that's literally just a combination of fortification and frenzy at the same time. Okay. Let's see. Also, fuck that chick from the last instance. Fuck her face. Also, apparently that guy was complaining about them leaving. It wasn't complaining about me confronting her. Yeah. Who leaves on the last boss? An asshole. That's who leaves on the last boss. Okay. I guess we'll just go look at whatever pops out of the vault now. At this point. We didn't get Court of the Stars. We had a lot of bad instances tonight, guys. Pretty ridiculous. Compared to our other nights this week, so. It's all the same. Do you get to pick one, or how does this work? Once per week you may... Oh, maybe it happens at the resets is when it happens. I can't actually do this. I thought this was, you can basically a la carte, so you just go up whenever you want. I guess not. Good. Well. Christ, guys. A lot of drama tonight. Trinket's a neck. Trinket, it's not. It's not a trinket, guys. It looks like a trinket. It's not. It's a neck piece. +1 item level. Oh my god, so good. Also, let's see. Got a trinket. And once again, there's nothing I really want to upgrade. Besides that one, ring? But technically, we got a new piece of gear tonight, guys, so... we have an extra night of WoW. We'll keep going as long as we get an upgrade. It's not even an upgrade to the gear I already have. Once again, it's giving me upgrades to stuff that I already have that's like 376 instead of giving me a cape. Instead of giving me fucking bracers, instead of giving me a weapon, instead of giving me a belt, or a ring, or a trinket, it's giving me upgrades to gear I already have. Which is fucking ridiculous. Occasionally you have a fucking healer that tries and kills you, though. Christ. It's been a while since we've had one of those, or I've had one of those, I should say. Okay. Alright guys, we're going to end things here tonight. Tomorrow is going to be more World of Warcraft. We will continue on with our dungeons. And see where things, how much more drama we have with them tomorrow. See where things go from there, guys. Yeah. Yeah, guys. Crazy shit.
We protect the Isles.
Aspect's grace shine down on you.
I am listening.
Yeah. Alrighty, guys. Tomorrow will be more World of Warcraft, though, guys. Normally I stream Overwatch. If you're new to the stream, normally I stream Overwatch and Dead by Daylight. However, we are currently taking a break from Overwatch to play some World of Warcraft, and it's pretty fun. But as I mentioned before, it definitely seems like the game is intentionally not giving us our upgrade pieces because you wouldn't want to give us gear too fast, right? I'm not gonna be playing for fuck that shit, especially with fucking entitled bullshit drama bitches. Fuck off. They can fuck off. Not you. You don't need to fuck off, Craig. They can fuck off. But as I mentioned, I kind of wanted to get all purples, but it might not even happen. I have like fucking blues on still. My highest piece of gear, too. 382. No, I got like a ring. 395. Fucking silly. Like, I'm not gonna... If the game legitimately doesn't want to give me, like, my pieces of gear... And this isn't, like... I'm not looking for one particular drop. I'm looking for any drop across all the mythics we've done. Any drop. Just any replacement, right? We've just been replacing eye level. And we have a trinket. We have a trinket that hasn't dropped. We have a ring that hasn't dropped. Belt. Weapon. Wrist. And a bat. We have 7 pieces of gear that are blue still. So that can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pieces of gear. 6 pieces of gear that are still blue. Yeah, it's not RNG. It's like that's like saying casino's RNG. It's not. Slot machines are not RNG. They're all preconceived odds, pre-picked odds, however you want to look at it. Also, good luck on your vacation or whatever. I assume it's a Christmas vacation thing. Seeing as we're coming around to December and Christmas is in like a week. I assume you're going on vacation or Christmas with the fam. Something like that. Be more engineered than a casino now. Can do as many keys as you want, but won't get new gear besides slight upgrades for stuff you already have. Not even looking for a particular item. Just certain spots don't drop for me. Yeah. Like it. It's not like there aren't... Like, let's see, what is a good piece of waste? I'm looking for waste. Like, we did this yesterday with, trinkets, or rings, and it was like, most of the instances drop rings or multiple rings. Here we go, belt might not be a good idea. Let's see. Base, there's one. Four out of the 8 instances has a belt upgrade. Rings were easy mode. Rings are literally like almost all the instances. It's like 6 of them. And they drop multiple too. 2 there, 2 there, 1 there, 1 there, 1 there. What's another one we're missing that's popular? Wrists? It actually is a kind of a weird piece, so it might not be as common. Fuck's the wrist? Oh, back. Let's do a cloak. Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Although some of these are for intellect, so they don't count. Yeah, so there is more than enough drops here, guys, for our back, and we still have a 350 cloak. Fuck is that shit, guys? Yeah, like this is RNG. People claim RNG and bullshit like that over the years, but this is totally engineered. There's no way. Like, I'm not looking for one item to drop and I'm just getting unlucky. We are doing like random instances and I'm just not getting 6 different pieces of gear that refuse to drop for me. And we've gotten this ring, as I mentioned before, we've gotten this ring 4 times. Before my current iteration, we've gotten this ring 4 different times. Crazy shit. And this piece we've gotten twice and then just replaced another piece I already had, which is this guy. Yeah, Like, it's dropping the same shit, or the same slots, but it won't drop the other slots I need. Like, it's like it knows. Because it does, because it's Blizzard. And they know how powerful the carrot is on the stick. Keep you coming back, so they want to keep you... Like, it used to be one of these things where you get locked out of dungeons. You don't get locked out of dungeons now. Probably because you can't get gear that fast. Okay. I guess he's giving out stuff for free. I have a birthday suit, guys. Good. Okay. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, though, guys. Tomorrow will be more World of Warcraft. I don't know how many more days we're going to stay on it. That leaves a really sour taste in my mouth where not only it's tough doing some of these instances, but on top of it, putting aside the entitled, spoiled fucks and the ignorant fucks that also don't seem to know what they're doing, and then blame me because they don't know about mechanics. We had a group like that yesterday with the fucking academy, with those guys that didn't know how to do the treant. And they're just like, just stack on the saplings, man. Just stack on the saplings. We can kill them fast enough. Like, it's like they're doing like Mythic 1 or Heroic or something. And then we died over and over again. Well, we died like twice to the, sapling. Not the sapling, to the tree. And I don't know what it's called. The branch or whatever it's called. It's literally called a branch, even though it's a tree. Yeah, guys. Alrighty, I'm out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the drama with the fucking hate god, who is actually very true to their name, for whatever reason, entitled god. Make sure to follow button in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, to 1 to 2 a.m., guys. Yeah, as I mentioned before, guys, I am getting down to things as far as, like, how much more time I'm willing to put in, because it definitely feels pretty engineered at this point, and particularly... Like, I understand RNG. I have taken courses on statistics. This isn't... Statistics also means that it's not RNG. If you get enough data points, it's no longer RNG anymore. And there's plenty of chances for this stuff to drop, and it just hasn't. So, and other people in the game are also saying the same thing. It's not just me. And I'm very certain that it's not RNG anymore. It's not... I'm not looking for this one drop that is ultra rare or something. It's just... It's literally... The game's just not dropping. It probably will next week after resets. Surprise! Yeah. So resets will probably reset the table or give you more of allowance of more gear you can get, and as such you'll get the gear that you actually need. Like 10 eye level upgrade, this is like isn't matter. The stuff that matters to me is like that's a 40 eye level upgrade, right? If I get rid of that belt. I have a 333 ring on right now. I have a fucking ring I can't get rid of. This guy. Plenty of rings, but yeah. Good. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Sunday night and Monday. Have a good start to the week, guys. Have a good day.